even pull after that 49 state landslide L if, you know, there was a bombing, active bombing currently happening on Kiev, and like Ukrainians were being murdered left and right at this moment. I would be that way if America was like, we're going with a full-throated, this is a full-blown invasion, and yet it hasn't happened.
So this isn't a great look, but I don't want this to just be another video gloating over the usual collection
Hallo?
of viral Hassan
Wie ist
clips.
es?
He's already shown a
Besser
willingness
so?
to admit when he's wrong, and I'm sure he would have no problem doing the same when it comes to Kiev, if he hasn't
ist
done it
recht gut.
already. But for me, being wrong isn't really the problem so much as why you're wrong. If I had to guess, he was probably wrong in this case because he wanted to take a
Oh.
position that contrasted from the
beginner.
US State Department, but I can't prove that. Maybe he just took a skeptical position which was reasonable at the time, but then naively took it to a level of absolute confidence. Either way, the more important thing, at least in my opinion, is the process. It's how you arrive at your conclusions. And in this video, I want to take a look at Hassan's process, how he forms his arguments, and then we'll see if we can find any problems. Part 1. Who do we trust? First off, Hassan is a difficult creator to respond to, mostly because his content consists of livestream uploads, some of which are over 3 hours long. And it is tempting to just make a video using viral clips from those streams and
Such a busy world. Wait until my seeds take root. So much more to see.
Oh no.
An ally has been slain. Too busy now. An ally has been slain. Anything clears what they see. Wait until my seeds take root. such a busy man.
there will be one or two of those, but I wanted to go a bit further than that. Last month, Hassan did a reaction stream to a video called How the Gravel Institute Lies to You About Ukraine by a video essayist called Adam Something. Now, don't worry, this video is not going to be my response to Hassan's response to Adam's response to the Gravel Institute. Instead, I chose this video because I think it gives a really interesting look into how Hassan processes information. The video is over 3 hours long, but I will timestamp each segment I use, and I will link the VOD in the description just in case you're worried about context. So, firstly, I want to look at Hassan's approach to the annexation of Crimea, namely this fairly well-known take.
You feeling bad about the Crimean annexation does not change the reality of the Crimean annexation being a completely justifiable act by the Russian government, okay? So that's it.
So, there's a lot to unpack here, but before we get into that, here's a summary of Hassan's position. 1. He argues that the referendum was quote-unquote bullshit and the results were rigged, but 2. He also argues that polling data before and after the referendum showed that the annexation was in line with the wishes of the Crimean people, and 3. The history and demographics of Crimea provide a strong case for the peninsula becoming part of Russia. When it comes to that second point, here is Hassan's justification.
We are going back home. Crimea is in Russia.
By the way, this 95.5% result is bullshit. We know this because, as I mentioned in my original Ukraine video, a Russian state agency accidentally...
Yeah, it's bullshit. It's actually 67.5 if you look at the Gallup polls leading up to the annexation of Crimea, and like 80% if you look at Western polling done in the region in the aftermath of the annexation.
So here we have 2 points. A Gallup poll before the annexation showed 67.5% of Crimeans favoring secession, and the numbers after the annexation moved up to over 80%. Let's start with the first one. I couldn't find a poll that gave this exact number he mentions, but I did find one from 2008 showing that 63.8% of Crimeans wanted to secede and join Russia. Although this poll was conducted by the Razumkov Center in Ukraine, not by Gallup. Okay, so I know this seems very nitpicky, but I promise I'm doing this for a good reason. If he did just cite the wrong agency, that's not a big deal. But the point is, Hassan has said that he has some degree of trust for polling done by Gallup. Just keep that in mind for now, because a few minutes later in the stream, one of Hassan's chatters linked a poll from 2013 arguing that Crimean support for joining Russia was only 23%.
Wait, what? In 2013, a Gallup poll showed Crimea joining Russia only had 23 support. I'm confused. What are you referring to? I'm referring to the only study that wasn't directly conducted by the CIA when I'm talking about it. Like Gallup, which still has Western biases, but certainly is, I think, a little bit more honest than a public opinion survey from, you know, the International Republican Institute with funding from the United States Agency for International Development. I mean, dude, I agree that Russia Today is like, you know, in propaganda, and then you literally pointed to a US aid-backed study.
Right, so I'm just going to put this sentence up on the screen so we're not missing anything. Now, when Hassan expresses a degree of preference for Gallup polls, I wonder how he would feel then if he noticed that the poll he's laughing at was conducted by Gallup. Like, not only is it on the first sentence of the report, which is visible on his screen, it's also on the cover, which he was reading out loud.
Like Gallup, which still has Western biases, but certainly is, I think, a little bit more honest than a public opinion survey from, you know, the International Republican Institute with funding from the United States Agency for International Development.
And in case you didn't notice it, the chatter who sent him the link mentioned it too. Let's just think about what happened to Medium Rare OG when this happened. My guess is they will have heard Hassan citing a Gallup poll, Googled something like Gallup poll Crimea, clicked on the top result, found that the numbers were very far from what Hassan was saying, asked for clarification, and quite politely I should say, and then just got blasted for it. Like, Hassan, you were the one who brought up the Gallup poll. All this person did was look up your claim and ask you about it. I mean, which one is it? Is it that we trust the Gallup poll even though it wasn't conducted by Gallup, and we don't trust the poll which was conducted by Gallup because it also involved US aid? Are we operating on the premise now that everything coming out of US intelligence agencies is automatically wrong? Apart from when they successfully predicted the Russian invasion, of course. Now, to be clear, I'm not claiming to know which of these figures is the most accurate. More on that in a minute. But for now, let's look at Hassan's take on polls that were done after the annexation.
If you look at the Wall Street Journal, you see the same exact argument. If you look at the Financial Times, if you look at quite literally any news article from the West, okay, not just the East, but from the West, you will recognize that Crimea, straight the up, is in line with the decision made in the annexation, okay, in the fake bullshit, phony voting that was conducted in the annexation. And for some reason, not a single person ever that wants to talk about Crimea ever brings that up. Ever. I don't know why.
So here he is completely correct that support for the annexation has been consistently high since 2014. One of those polls was even done by Gallup. But if he's wondering why people don't acknowledge that, I'd imagine it's because there are very obvious problems that come up when you're polling people in annexed territory. An article from 538 showed that polling results were incredibly volatile before the annexation and have only recently become more consistent because the Kremlin is now in a position where they can manufacture their own approval. Since 2014, the Crimean people have been subjected to levels of propaganda described as comparable to that of the Soviet Union, and with limited access to alternative sources. Some of Russia's political opponents in Crimea have already been outlawed, and pollsters have acknowledged that a range of intimidation tactics have made face-to-face polling increasingly difficult, especially for people with dissenting opinions. Meanwhile, up to 300,000 Russian citizens have moved to Crimea in the last 8 years, meaning that a poll today could reflect their opinions, but not those of the tens of thousands of Crimeans who fled during the occupation. This is why these results should at least be taken with a pinch of salt, and even if they were true, the idea of highlighting majority approval whilst the minority faces human rights abuses hardly seems like a good ethical stance. If I had to guess why Hassan was so adamant to dismiss the US aid poll, even though it was conducted by Gallup, I'd imagine it's because his entire position here is hinging upon whether or not the annexation had majority support. Now, I've already said that I don't know which of these results is correct, but for me, it doesn't really matter, because my argument would be this. Neither of these results would justify the annexation of Crimea. Part 2. Is Putin literally... So, let's just simplify things. Let's assume that this result is correct. F it, let's say this one's correct. Can we still say that the annexation of Crimea was wrong? Like, very, very wrong. Well, in my opinion, yes, and here's why. First, we have what I'll call the shit-lib argument, which is that the Crimean referendum was insanely illegal. It was illegal under both the Ukrainian and Crimean constitutions and under international law. Whatever the will of the people living there, the idea of rolling tanks in and holding a referendum at gunpoint should probably be off the table. You might run into some logistical problems like a referendum that essentially only offers the same option twice. Your military presence might make it difficult for people to communicate with polling agencies, and much more importantly, you've declared yourself a security threat. If you're willing to violate one international principle, what other boundaries will you cross? In the case of Crimea, the Russians conscripted over 25,000 residents, blocked traffic in the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov, resulting in disruptions to the Ukrainian economy, and they ultimately ended up using the peninsula as a key area to prepare for the invasion. Secession is never a decision that should be taken lightly, especially when it's being done unilaterally and without international recognition. That's why the same libcucks who opposed the annexation of Crimea were also right to oppose Donald Trump when he recognized Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. Even though someone who was pro-Israel could have just as easily argued that Jerusalem should be the capital on the grounds of its population being majority Jewish. Do you see what I did there? Because America's bad. Just remembering my audience. Now, you could say that many borders around the world are far from perfect. That's definitely true. But compared to most of our history, Europe has been relatively peaceful over the last few decades. And many would argue that a mutual respect for existing borders and sovereignty has played a very important part of that. And I don't know about calling myself a liberal, but I do think that argument sounds quite reasonable. Right?
Throw the question marks all you want. I don't give a about the Ukrainian constitution. I don't give a about the Ukrainian border sovereignty that some of you dumbasses are talking about like you're like a 3%er but for Ukraine. Okay? It's so stupid.
Oh. Well, okay. Maybe I have a better chance of getting through to you if I try a more left-wing humanitarian approach. Namely, the protection of minority rights. Very easy hypothetical. If tomorrow a poll found out that 99% of Americans decided they wanted to bomb Wyoming, should they be allowed to do it? No. So that was easy, and I don't think anyone would say that democracy was meaningfully harmed in that decision. Democratic will isn't everything, especially when human rights are at stake. When it comes to Crimea, even if a majority of them wanted to join Russia, it's probably worth pausing to remember that 12% of the people living there are Muslim Tatars. And I know Hassan has heard about that.
Crimea, first and foremost, belongs to the Crimean Tatars. Okay? Crimea has historically been an autonomous region, a kingdom at a certain point. Okay? In its own right. If there is a long list of groups or nations that Crimea belongs to, number one group of individuals that Crimea belongs to is the Tatars. The number two individuals that Crimea belongs to by way of the Crimean Khanate is the Turks. The number three group of individuals that Crimea belongs to is the Russians, because they purged the Tatars and now more Russians live there, okay? Maybe number four, Greece. Fuck it, give it to Greece instead. And then number five on there is Ukraine, okay? Number five is Ukraine. This idea that you have any sort of sovereignty and any sort of constitutional sovereignty that needs to be held together. Crimea belongs to Mongolia before it belongs to Ukraine. So Ukraine number 6 in that situation. Okay? The idea that it belongs to Ukraine, it blows my fucking mind. It just blows my mind. You can say bad take all you want, brother. You can say bad take all you want.
Okay, I know I said this would be a good faith criticism, but I really do think I'm being proportionate here when I say this is one of the craziest things I've ever heard someone say on the internet. I'm pretty sure he's just memeing when he says Greece, okay, but my real question is, why the fuck would purging the Tatars and importing Russians be a good reason for Russia to have a stronger claim over Crimea than Ukraine? Bearing in mind that Crimea only became a Russian majority after the ethnic cleansing policies of Stalin, is that the rule now? We get to do imperialism today based on the fact that it happened in the past? And not to mention, if Hassan really does think that Crimea primarily belongs to the Tatars, maybe he could have checked in to see how they felt about the annexation? And I say that not just because of the ways they were historically treated by Russia, but also because of the way they're currently being treated by Russia. The human rights abuses endured by the Tatars since 2014 have already been fairly well documented.
What is happening?
These have included, but are not limited to, physical attacks, enforced disappearances, the banning of Tatar media, the banning of the Tatar executive body, detention and fines for single-picket protesters, and baseless terrorism-related prosecutions. If you remember this slide from earlier in the video, The victim of that one extrajudicial execution was a Tatar activist called Reshat Amitov. In March 2014, he was abducted by Russian paramilitaries after holding up a Ukrainian flag in front of the Crimean parliament as a lone protester. 2 weeks later, he was found dead. Forensics reported that he had been tortured and most likely died of brain damage after one of his eyes was gouged out. This is why you can't just look at polling numbers to justify the action. The fact that the Tatars boycotted the referendum should have been an obvious warning sign when the Russians invaded. Much in the same way, a majority of Austrians supporting the Anschluss should have been very easily dismissed on the grounds that over 180,000 Austrians at the time were Jewish. Wait, did I just mention the Anschluss? Oh shit.
And Hitler invaded countries based on Germanic ties at first? Yeah, dude. Talk to me when he's throwing Ukrainians in a what are you talking about? Talk to me when he's throwing Ukrainians in a concentration camp, okay? Hitler wasn't bad because he decided to invade Austria. He was bad because he was killing Jews, okay? That was the problem. He wasn't like, oh yeah, we're gonna annex territory with like Germanic people in it. That wasn't the main problem with Hitler, I think.
So, I don't know who Hassan has been talking to here, but I'd imagine whoever he's arguing with would actually say something like, this one thing is bad, and this one thing is worse. Let's just put it this way. If someone asked you to list all the European leaders of the last 100 years who started by annexing territory on the grounds of uniting blood and soil, then followed up by invading a neighboring country, I'm just saying it's a small club. And is it a coincidence that in both cases, annexation was followed up by a full-scale invasion? Well, not really. In both cases, annexation served as a way of gauging how much could be gotten away with. It's a kind of testing of the water. That's why the world leaders at the time of the Anschluss were typically accused of underreacting and something appeasement towards Hitler's actions. With the exception of one GigaChad Mexican president, of course. But anyway, we're talking about Hassan, so let's move on. Part 3, Ukrainian language laws. For this section, I'll be looking directly at one of Hassan's responses to Adam Something when he plays a segment discussing the language laws in Ukraine. And what I think would be useful here would be to watch what Adam says first and then pause to ask ourselves what we've just heard. Once we've done that, we can hear Hassan's response and then see if there are any problems.
Eastern Ukrainians were horrified at what they saw as a far-right seizure of power, with veneration of Bandera and elimination of equal recognition for languages like Russian.
Service industry workers have since January been obliged to talk to customers in Ukrainian unless clients specifically ask to switch.
If I work, pay my employees' salaries and my taxes, it's none of your bloody business which language I do it in.
And here I want to briefly consider manipulation through word choice. The US recognized intergovernment was full of far-right people, the Easterners were horrified at what they saw was a far-right seizure of power, the elimination of Russian as an equal language, the use of emotional, loaded language serves to feed into—
Oh, please, dude.
So, what is Adam saying here? It sounds as if he's commenting on Gravel's use of emotionally loaded language when discussing problems with Ukraine. Particularly, the elimination of equal recognition for languages like Russian. Next, we saw a clip of a woman who now had to speak Ukrainian when speaking to her customers, unless they specifically asked for Russian. And then we hear a suggestion that Gravel is exaggerating the severity of Ukraine's language laws, and he argues this by stressing their use of the word elimination. Maybe he thinks they're dancing a little too close to the words of the Kremlin, who have described the laws as an outright ban of the Russian language, but that's just my guess. Now, so far, Adam has not commented on whether he thinks the Ukrainian language laws are good or bad. Don't worry, we'll get to that in a minute. But let's go back to where Hassan paused.
Oh, please, dude, go ahead. Oh, no, he's not going to say, like, the eradication of language and like, actually enforceable language laws are actually really good. Let's hear it. Please, go ahead. Or is he going to say that about the Turkish government doing that to Kurds, too? Yeah, wonderful experience for the Kurdish people, I'm sure, was when the Turkish government decided, you know, language is illegal. If you speak Kurdish, we will fucking, you know, arrest you.
So Adam has just criticized Gravel for using emotionally loaded terms like elimination, And Hassan clearly disagrees. He goes so far as to call it the eradication of language, and then goes on to talk about the banning of Kurdish by the government in Turkey. Maybe we should find out what's going on here. In 2019, the Rada approved a law which granted special status to the Ukrainian language. The law obliged all citizens to know the Ukrainian language, made it mandatory for public sector workers to speak Ukrainian while performing official duties, required that 90% of TV and film content be in Ukrainian, required for at least 50% of books and print media to be in Ukrainian, obliged print media outlets in foreign languages to print Ukrainian equivalents, and required computer software interfaces and scientific publications to be in Ukrainian. Parts of the law did make exceptions for indigenous minority groups like the Tatars, as well as English and EU languages, but not for Russian. So I don't think I need to convince a left-wing audience that this looks pretty bad. And it's easy to see why the law has been criticized by Human Rights Watch, the European Union's Venice Commission, and even the then newly elected president and frequent Russian speaker, Vladimir Zelensky. However, what the law is absolutely not is a purge or elimination. In fact, even when the Venice Commission did criticize it, they only targeted specific aspects of the law, but ultimately supported its overall principle, and it even previously recommended a state language law for Ukraine. So you might wonder, why did Ukraine do this? Was it because their government was full of Russia-hating fascists? No. I know this irritates some people, but I'm gonna say it anyway because it's true. Ukraine is a country with a very rough history. Whether it was Catherine the Great, girl boss smashing the culture of the Ukrainian Cossacks, the EMS Act in 1876, which banned all publishing in the Ukrainian language, Stalin's purge of Ukraine's cultural leaders, the resettlement of Russians and Belarusians into eastern Ukraine after the Holodomor famine. There's a lot going on here. More recently, Ukraine has had the issue of Kremlin-backed outlets broadcasting propaganda on Ukrainian TV and radio stations, particularly in parts of the country with large Russian-speaking populations, like Crimea and the Donbass. Part of their strategy in the current invasion has even involved the capturing of transmission towers and replacing Ukrainian news programs with pro-Russian broadcasts. Naturally, with 8 years of conflict in the east, Ukrainian concerns about Russian propaganda in their country has become a bit more pronounced. Even Zelensky, despite his more liberal stance on the Russian language, banned 3 of these outlets in 2021. So yes, there were legitimate problems with these laws. But if there's any country in Europe that has a good reason to want to promote its national language, it's probably Ukraine. And to even think of comparing it to the very real purge of the Kurdish language in Turkey is frankly insane. Because the last time I checked, Turkey was not living in fear of being invaded by some Kurdish-speaking superpower. The dying empire of Kurdistan was not systematically propagandizing and fomenting unrest within Turkey's borders, and you get the point. Bearing in mind, the clip we watched in the Gravel video was of a woman who was allowed to speak Russian if her customers requested it. But even when a chatter tries to challenge him on this point, Hassan doubles down on the Turkey comparison again.
The law is that you greet in Ukrainian, you can speak Russian, no problem, you got, man. Brother, I come from a country that literally has similar fucking couched language in their legislative agenda. It is so weird, dude. Like, it's so weird when you just completely overlook something. It's like saying point to where the racism is in the law. I'm sorry, nothing bars black people from voting. It's actually just grandfather laws. It just means if your grandfather was not allowed to vote, you're not allowed to vote. It doesn't say black people can't vote. Why are you doing that? You don't have to do that. And especially if it's not that big of a deal, then there's no reason for that legislation to pass. Okay? I'm not mixing issues, okay?
Well, you are mixing issues. Unless you think the Human Rights Commission would support the sentiment behind grandfather clauses or the persecution of the Kurds. Like, how did this happen? I can only assume that Hassan didn't know the specifics of Ukraine's laws, and he definitely hasn't thought about the context behind them. Did he just hear the words language law and then jump to the first country he could think of that also has a language law? Is this the foreign policy equivalent of throwing someone a football and watching them try to smack it with a golf club? Part 4, the Azov Battalion. So, there are a million ways we can address this issue. I do want to focus on something specific, but I know Hassan cares a lot about this one, so I'm going to cover a few bases. The argument here is that the Ukrainian military has incorporated groups like the Azov Battalion into its ranks, and as a consequence, any support we give to them will also strengthen and embolden their far-right presence. And obviously, I could just respond with the usual memes like, the extent to which Ukrainians have neo-Nazi sympathies is extremely overstated. Data from Pew Research found that anti-Semitic attitudes were lower in Ukraine than anywhere else in the region. I could mention that the far-right's electoral presence has all but collapsed since 2014. And of course, we could mention that the Azov Battalion's numbers are currently estimated to be at about 900, suggesting that a good number of them have already died fighting under a Jewish president in some kind of based Operation Nazi Human Shield. Too far? And then we have the right sector, who once claimed to have up to 5,000 fighters, although this number is almost definitely exaggerated because fascists always lie about their numbers. But even if we believe him, I think it's safe to assume that 6,000 fighters out of an army of 200,000 probably won't be enough for a far-right power grab. However,
I agree it's terrible, but there's only 1,000 members, so it seems kind of not worth getting mad over. It's not just 1,000 members, man. Ukrainian far-right nationalism, ultra-nationalism is incredibly prominent. Shut the up. And also, these 1,000 people, the number keeps getting smaller and smaller, okay? But they're not the only battalion. They're just the one that got the most coverage, okay? And also, it's 1,000 people that we armed. We did the same exact thing with the Mujahideen. We did the same exact thing with the Contras. Oh, it's just a couple thousand people.
okay. Can I predict 100% that this won't turn out like it did with the Contras or the Mujahideen? No. What I can do is list quite a few important differences. The Contras and the Mujahideen were anti-government rebels who were funded with the explicit purpose of undermining their governments in their own country. Their rise to power was not some unintended backlash. It was the goal. And this distinction kind of matters because if we are supporting the Azov Battalion, they're only empowered because we're also supporting the Ukrainian military who the fascists would have to defeat in order to gain power. If anything, I would say the Contras, being a foreign-backed anti-government rebel group, would have a bit more in common with the Russian-backed separatist groups in the Donbass, but that's just me. And if we want to talk about the Mujahideen, well, first of all, there were just a lot more of them. The problem with the Mujahideen is that we're comparing a modern developed nation like Ukraine to one of the most politically fractured nations in the region. Groups like the Mujahideen and also the Taliban didn't just owe their success to foreign backing. They also owed it to the existence of a power vacuum that has no equivalent in Ukraine. And you kind of need that equivalent for this comparison to work. What I think Hassan is guilty of doing here is he's taking the phrase, the US is supporting the Ukrainian military, some of whom are fascists, turning it into the US is arming fascists, and then linking it to all the familiar stories like Pinochet, the Contras, Operation Gladio, and all the other ones. But of course, foreign policy has changed quite a bit since the Cold War, and that old template of America funds fascist rebel groups with the explicit aim of crushing socialist governments doesn't really fit here. And maybe it's worth asking, if the Azov Battalion ever does decide to turn on Zelensky and try to take over, who do you think the United States will back in that situation? And if you know the answer to that question, any attempt to force this situation under the lens of Cold War containment policy kind of falls apart. But in any case, what is the alternative here? Because I know Hassan doesn't believe we should stop helping Ukraine.
Well, it looks like all that aid we're sending to Palestinians is ending up in the hands of extremists. Therefore, we should stop giving money and aid to Palestinians.
Who's saying don't give aid to Ukraine? Like, who the f***'s out here being like, do not help Ukraine at all? Do not help Ukraine at all. Who is giving guns to f***ing Hamas in this comparison in the same way. Is the CIA training Hamas? Is the CIA giving guns to Hamas?
Okay, so my question here would be, how would we stop that aid from reaching the far-right soldiers? Checks and balances? Do we send aid to Ukraine, but then also say, don't give this to the Azov battalion, in which case they ignore us because they're being invaded? Do we hold back on aid on the condition that they purge all the Nazis from their military in the middle of an invasion? This is why I think people tend to treat the Azov question as a bit of a non sequitur. It's because the only apparent alternative to it would involve drastically weakening Ukraine's defensive capabilities, and I imagine this is probably not the best time for that. Now, that said, it is possible that Russia's actions could destabilize the country to a point where the far right does become empowered. But, of course, a good way to stop that from happening would be to support the Ukrainian military, some of whom are fascists, and then we're back at square one. But as grim and unsettling as it is to see these people being armed, a few Azov and right sector fighters in the Ukrainian army are hardly the warning signs of a fascist rise to prominence. Unless there's something I'm missing?
They're gonna f***ing rise to prominence after this. It's over. Russia literally invading Ukraine made this into, you know, a much, much larger problem. You guys know this. Even liberals know this. Okay? What is the old saying? If there's two Nazis at a 10-person table, that means there's 10 Nazis. There's not guilt by association, you f***ing idiot. There are certain levels where you are guilty by association.
Well, if that's where the bar is, then I guess every other country in Europe is now a Nazi country. This is ridiculous. Let's move on. Part 5. Conspiracy theory? Question mark? The last thing I want to look at is how Hassan approaches the sniper killings in the Euromaidan protests. It's currently understood that a good number of the deaths in 2014 were by snipers who were stationed in buildings out of the media's sight. The popular belief is that anti-government protesters were shot by riot police snipers under the pro-Russian government of Viktor Yanukovych. However, some people have claimed to have evidence that the attacks were really coordinated by the right sector. This claim is largely based on a leaked phone call between an Estonian diplomat and the EU foreign policy chief, and sure enough, this is the same evidence that Hassan gives us.
There are allegations that the sniper fire might have been done by right sector and its co-conspirators, which, by the way, is not an insane take at all. You have to be completely out of your mind to conclusively say, and by the way, this is not from Russia Today. The footage they're saying is from Russia Today, but it doesn't even matter. Okay? Yeah, here. This is the call from here. Ukraine crisis bugged call reveals conspiracy theory about Kyiv's snipers. The Estonian foreign minister Urmas Paet calls EU's Cathy Ashton with the claim that provocateurs were behind the Maidan killers. The 11-minute conversation was posted on YouTube. It is the second time in a month. The telephone calls between Western diplomats discussing Ukraine has been bugged. Okay?
So I looked at that article Hassan brought up. In it, the Estonian minister mentions a doctor called Olga who claims to have witnessed snipers shooting at both the police and protesters, to which Ashton replies, "That's interesting. Gosh." In the article, they quote the minister saying that the snipers were from the new coalition, but what I don't see is any mention of the right sector. Now, this entire phone call is available on YouTube. How many times do you think they mentioned the right sector? I'm giving it away. The answer is none. They don't mention them, nor do they make any mention of the far right. The claim that the snipers were from the right sector did not come from an Estonian minister or from Olga. It came from the Russian foreign minister, who says he has huge amounts of evidence, but can't seem to point to anything other than that phone call, which was released 3 days prior. This is Hassan, however accidentally, pushing a Kremlin conspiracy theory. And I know he does say it's just an allegation, but he doesn't really hide the fact that it's an allegation he wants to believe.
So even when there is at least like intercepted phone calls that show, okay, intercepted phone calls that literally show that the right sector, which, you know, and the CIA involved, CIA trained right-wing operatives in Ukraine could have perhaps engaged in such a violent action, okay, when there's a likelihood that that is definitely a theory, okay, a very realistic theory, considering they had a lot to gain from this, considering the historical precedent of such actions.
Like, no. With the evidence we currently have, it's not a very realistic theory. It's a Russian minister adding his own spice to a statement that was made to an Estonian politician, allegedly, by someone called Olga. The only way this seems credible is because it fits that old story of CIA-backed fascists destabilizing the government. But once again, this is not the Cold War, and even if it were, you still couldn't just apply this blanket rule to each situation without looking at the details. For example, even if I go to this Jacobin article, the CIA training program Hassan is talking about didn't start until 2015. 1 year after the sniper attacks. Like, none of this fits. However many examples you have of coups that were done by CIA-backed fascists, you can't apply this to Ukraine. And I don't think Hassan believes the Maidan Revolution was a United States coup, but when we have sentences like this talking about CIA-trained right-wing operatives and considering the historical precedent, it's all a bit... I mean, how many mistakes can you make in one sentence? The phone call didn't show right sector involvement. The right-wing operatives were not CIA-trained. I don't know exactly how much they had to gain from it, given that their leader stepped down in 2015, declaring that the right sector was no longer needed, and their electoral performance has been pretty miserable ever since. But this is the amount of twisting you need to do if you want that historical precedent to fit. Like, if you remove the word Ukraine from this statement and ask someone to guess what country Hassan is talking about, they'd be more accurate if they said something like Chile, Nicaragua, or El Salvador. We're so far removed now that we're grabbing narratives from a different continent and in a different century. It's like the world has thrown Hassan a football and he's trying to eat it. I'm sorry. Conclusion. I guess this is usually the part where I play Eric Satie in the background and say some condescending bullshit about how we all get it wrong sometimes, but I won't do that. As I was writing this, I noticed that Hassan had just posted this on Twitter, and I thought it was quite apt. It's true. We probably do agree on most things, and I hope you don't think I'm only doing this for the engagement. Although I do like the engagement, like and subscribe, and Patreon, I did consider going for this very ultra-polite approach, but I did feel a bit infantilizing. In any case, I've heard you've become numb to the criticism.
I've gotten numb to the criticism. Like, it's not. As a matter of fact, I seek it out now.
But I'd like to believe that you're not numb to the point where you can't see where you've gone wrong. So I really hope you have gained something from that, and if you haven't, that's fine. I was going to say something mean at the end, but I decided not to, so take care.
So much more to see. Come closer. An enemy is legendary flower. Things aren't always what they seem. Such a busy world. An ally has been slain. Just wait. Your turret has been destroyed. Shut down. Venture off the beaten path. Double kill. An ally has been slain. A promising garden. Take careful steps. The forest holds many surprises. Wait until my seeds take root. So much more to see. Just a harmless flower. Things aren't always. Wait until my seeds take root.
An ally has been slain.
So much more to see.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Shut down. A summoner has disconnected. A summoner has disconnected.
Literal most damage.
Is this for the
Trump said, these are secret, I'm not supposed to show you.
Doesn't mean they were classified.
Saying
Unless
that I think
somebody
this should
can
be going
advance
through
the
the courts,
argument
right?
that Donald J. Trump is not the commander-in-chief.
He's not the commander-in-chief.
If you can make,
Do you know how
and
time
if you
works?
can make
Time
them-
moves in
if
one
you can
direction.
add-
Trump is not forever the commander-in-chief.
Okay, hold on. Everybody pause momentarily, okay? The temperature is obviously at 100.
You're lying. Stop lying.
A strong Republican Party is needed for democracy to flourish. I think it is important to have people on the other side of issues in order to keep the left grounded. But the Republicans made a deal with the devil when they brought Trump in. I think that Trump ended up being worse for the country, the Republican Party, and for himself than even the most deranged lunatic lefty could have ever thought. This indictment is like a series of statements that are like comically, cartoonishly villainous. It is so stupidly clear how obvious he laid out all of his crimes, how explicitly brazen he was about violating how to handle classified information, and I don't see him being able to walk away from this, and that's just these. Regardless of all of this, and you've seen it on this panel, most Republicans will literally walk off a cliff following Donald Trump, literally to the pits of hell. Connor, did you check your DMs earlier?
What? Where you called me a nerd for liking Warhammer?
Yeah, that. I sent you DM. Did you get that?
No. I said, still down for the autism semifinals tonight at 9 EST. You said, yeah, duh. I said, I can tomorrow, but not tonight. That was our most recent DM. And then, oh, also, firstly, Warhammer, you nerd.
Yeah, I did say that. When I said Dion, I meant D's nuts. You nerd piece of shit. Also, can we get some official clarification? Everybody can hear you, so don't say any crazy the racial slurs you'd like to. Okay, I know you cops are like, is it counterpoints or is it counterpoints? What the f is your actual name? To this day, I don't actually know.
Well, how do you not see it? Oh, it's because you've never watched any of my content, you son of a bitch. It's counterpoints.
Your name is
Like,
wait, is your name Connor?
Yes, my first name is Connor.
I feel like people have called you Connor Points before.
We have a rule here that started from our first show. We have 10-minute sidebars. If we are talking about something that has nothing to do with the primary topic, we're out in La La Land, but people are engaged with it, we'll let you engage in the sidebar for 10 minutes, but then we're going to wrap it up and move it back to the topic. We want you guys to be able to explore whatever you want to explore, but we also want to make sure that we're giving people the content that they came for. We're going to get into intros. Again, we're talking about whether or not the Trump indictment is politically motivated, whether or not it's correct, whether or not there's a certain element of hypocrisy from Democrats not being charged, and then how this will affect the electoral outcomes. We'll save the electoral outcomes as the second part of the show. So to kick us off, Miss Brianna Wu.
Thanks for having me here. So, I want to tell you, as someone whose job it is to work in politics, Trump's indictment is not good news for me. Just being completely straight with you, I would a billion times rather face Trump again in 2024, who is a losing machine for the Republican Party, than Ron DeSantis. This is a situation that is bad for our country. It's bad for democracy. But unfortunately, Trump's wildly stupid actions have put us in a situation where we have to respond to this. I really hope my opponents today actually read this document, because you can just open any random page of it and get some crazy ass, wildly stupid, completely indefensible thing that Trump did. He put us in a situation where our Department of Justice had to act because he is so brazen. This is your chance, Republicans, to come back to reality and get with the winning team if you're serious about winning, or you can stay with this corrupt loser. Like, this is your chance to just cast him aside, and you're not going to do that because you're children. And I really look forward to winning in 2024. Thank you.
Brutal. All right, CTV.
It's obviously politically motivated. The problem is that they don't understand people, and all they're really doing by, trying to drag Trump through an indictment is make sure that he's doing exactly what he did before, which is have media coverage. Hell, I got called out from left field for an invitation here to talk about Trump tonight, and I hadn't even bothered really keeping up with politics in the last, 9 months. So obviously this is working, right? So where do we go from here? Well, we watch it all unfold, because it really is just politically motivated.
Have to be. Justin?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Brianna on this one. That's a
That indictment is a pretty tough read. Ordinarily, I can kind of understand how you can spin some things, you can twist some things, but basically the only possible defense you could ever have as a Republican at this point in time is that the DOJ, the investigatory bodies, are literally just making up everything in the indictment and nothing is true, and they fabricated everything and there are no recordings and no testimony or whatever. But I mean, assuming even like a fourth of this document is true, it is like the most textbook embarrassing thing of like, hey guys, this is secret. I'm not president. I wish I would have declassified this. Come take a look. I know you don't have a it's like every single element you would ever need to prove like intent of showing classified material to parties in a way that you're not supposed to, and an intent to hoard, the issues he gave to his attorneys. It's just like the worst combination of things ever. I am very excited tonight to see how Rob Noor will contort himself in order to try to defend these actions. And I'm very curious tonight if we're going to spend more time talking about Donald Trump in this indictment, or somehow trying to equalize this with Hillary Clinton's email server.
Based. So, and by based, I mean, let's throw mud at Democrats. So, speaking of Rob Noor, I'm gonna ask Rob Noor to speak as well. And then I kind of have a question for the panel in general, if you want to do a show of hands. If the Turk is a little bit more tepid, I don't know his perspective. And it seems like we have a strong, like 3 versus 2, because CTV is kind of coming in a little bit, you know, relaxed, and Turk might not be willing to bite down on every bullet. Would you mind if I brought in a more pro-Trump ringer? That way we could have some aggressive engagement, and it's not, you know, a 4v2 or 4v1 on Rob.
I think you would need 100 pro-Trump people to spin this in the correct way. So yeah, bring in whoever you want. Yeah.
Well, that was clearly an overinflation of Destiny's ego, right? Thinking there needed to be more than one that could take him down, considering it's already happened.
Okay. Well,
got you there.
Listen, if you know, we'll get everybody's hot takes first, and then I'll see if we need somebody to balance that perspectives and maybe the temperature of the room. But Rob, please walk us through your perspective.
Well, shit. That changes my strategy here, because I was going to be a total Trump basher here, but then that would give you more incentive to maybe change your mind. So, yeah, it's clearly politically motivated, right? Now, here's been the game the whole time. Notice that they're ignoring the Durham report. Notice, you know, he brought me up in his opening, Destiny, when he's approaching the crimes of Joe Biden and things like that, Burisma, the Ukrainian impeachment and things like that he supported. He will give any benefit of the doubt to Joe Biden. For example, the last time I was on Connor's show, he said, perhaps the lawyers for Burisma that were emailing Biden's team saying, hey, Hunter Biden works here, we want to talk to you, after their assets were frozen, maybe they just wanted to talk about how to spell the name Burisma. And we can't accept Joe Biden talking about a quid pro quo as truth. Maybe he was just bragging. We can't take Joe Biden's words at face value. So it'll be easy to see how disingenuous people like him and the rest of the lefties will be when it comes to applying the standard equally. We can talk specifically about what's going on with this indictment. I don't have a problem with that, but it's clearly a double standard, and that's the bigger issue. Low brain takes and people that want to be partisan hacks are okay with a corrupt FBI and corrupt DOJ and corrupt media and corrupt social media companies as long as it benefits their side. I'm more concerned about a two-tiered system of these institutions than I am any one specific person like Donald Trump, Hillary Clinton, etc. We could clearly see the double standard. There has been non-stop investigations into Trump, as the Durham report showed. Even the initial Russiagate investigation was complete garbage. The FBI's been out to get Trump. Chuck Schumer announced that this would be the case. And so given that, what we see is eventually, I'm surprised it took this long to find anything that's even remotely of substance that you'd be able to criticize Trump for, because I assume that any prominent politician, if you turned over their life for 7 years and revoked their attorney-client privilege, went through personal text message, emails, and stuff like that, eventually you'd be able to find some crime. So no doubt the left will have their heyday and cheer for this. We'll talk about the indictment specifically, but it's clearly a double standard, and they're fine with it, and that's why they'll shout what about us, and because they enjoy the double standard as long as it benefits their side.
Okay, I appreciate it. Then, Mr. Turk, I have not forgotten you, Dylan.
So I actually agree with Brianna and Destiny on the fact that the indictment is not good for Trump, because a lot of the stuff that's in there is pretty cut and dry. Like Destiny said, it's like you can only wave around so many, you know, classified documents when you don't have the authority to declassify them and not get the book thrown at you. I am all in favor of consistent law enforcement when it comes to this regard, but I do have to echo a lot of what Rob said, because double standards are not a good thing when it comes to the political sphere in general. I think the only reason they're going to be able to get away with it this time is because they can rightfully prove that Trump in a court of law did the things he did, whereas with Hillary it was like some of the stuff was like connecting dots and stuff, so it wasn't as clear-cut of a case, even if they said, you know, no sane prosecutor would be willing to take this to court. So, you know, I'm not as pro the double standard in this instance as Rob is, but I do observe that. But I'm really a lot more interested in the downstream effects, right? So what happens if we prosecute Trump? What happens if he does go to jail? What happens with the Republicans? What happens with, you know, the political landscape in general? I think that would be a really cool conversation. But I think they should throw the book at him, and he either gets acquitted or he goes to jail. So, yeah.
All right, and then Dylan, and then I will have one more rule I want to add before we get into it.
I think most of what, you know, has already been said is basically my position by, you know, all the lefty lib cuck people. I mean, CTV's argument is very convincing. But one thing I will add is that Trump doesn't really speak from a position of ignorance on the campaign trail. He constantly railed against Hillary Clinton for the email scandal. Once he got into office, he said he wanted to, you know, increase the penalties for the Presidential Records Act, which he did in office. He made it so it could come with bigger penalties. He championed this increase of penalties. Then once he leaves office, he immediately violates the law that he increased the penalty for. He doesn't really have a claim of ignorance there. That's all I want to add.
Just to add on that really quick, it was really funny. I don't know if they needed it in the indictment, but including like the 4 or 5 statements that Trump made about how important classified information was a really funny touch. But
fair. All right, so we're going to get into it. We're going to open it up. I will have another gentleman. Actually, he's right here, so I'll let him introduce himself in a second. Phil KOE last night was very passionate on you know, being pro-Trump on the panel that I was on. He was having a little bit of technical issues, but I believe he stole somebody's microphone, so he should be able to, you know, hear us. Uh-oh. Is up. There we go. There we go. Video's loading. Can you speak so we can hear you clearly?
Can you hear me?
Oh, and you sound beautiful, by the way.
Beautiful.
Okay, so I want to say...
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you sound great. Can you hear us?
Beautiful, beautiful. Sinatra himself would be jealous. So thank you for having me this evening, Connor. God bless.
Okay, and can you hear me okay?
Shit. Hang on one moment.
What?
One moment. I couldn't hear you.
Okay.
I know what I did.
What a boomer.
He's resetting his mic. There, but for the grace of God, go I. Everybody be kind.
No, I do apologize. I had all of Discord muted. I know, great content. I do apologize, sir. I do apologize.
No, can you hear me okay now?
As clear as a blue sky.
Beautiful. Okay, so one more rule before I let you do your introduction, and then we're gonna get into it. So basically the last rule is I'm gonna do Dylan Burns. I'm only gonna raise my hand and hold up little numbers or try to get you guys to wrap up stuff when I, you know, feel like we need to interject in order to get the conversation flowing in a different direction. I am not gonna be injecting my opinion for the next 2 hours. We are gonna run until 11 EST. After that, from 11 to 12, if you want to chill, hang out, have a more chill conversation, we can do that. But we're just basically debating for the next like hour and 40 minutes. And then if you see me doing this like 3, 2, 1 thing on your screen, I'm counting down minutes that I am allowing you to talk. We have a lot of rhetorically gifted people here. I don't want to, you know, basically feel like we're listening to 5 to 10 minute rants from one person and then shifting to a 5 to 10 minute rant from another person. But without further ado, Phil KOE, we were talking about whether or not the Trump indictment was politically motivated. Whether or not it has a basis in reality that is worthy of prosecution and conviction. And then finally, as a second topic, if we feel like we're stalling on those contentions, then we'll move into whether or not this hurts or helps Trump during the primary and the election season. So go ahead and introduce yourself and give us your thoughts.
Well, folks, of course, I am the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes you the podcast coward, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, and the lord of the Scottish Highlands, and one damn handsome man, if I do say so myself, your king of extreme, Phil KOE. You can, of course, find me at KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and now Twitter as well, folks. My kingdom ever grows. So find me at KOE Nation at all of those beautiful places. Now, to answer your first question, to be frank, I'm going to be honest with you, folks. If you don't think this is politically motivated at this point, you're not a smart person. I'm sorry. You might have had some smart sounding noises come out of your mouth and formulate in your head, but if you truly don't think that this is politically motivated at this point with everything we've seen post Durham report, you're not a smart person. I'm so sorry. And in terms of is this justified, to be frank, if you think that these charges are justified, you have to. You have no choice but advancing the argument of one of two things. You either have to say that the executive order as a legal idea has no basis in any legal reality and is invalid, which there's some people who believe that, and I'd be fascinating hearing that. Or the other thing you have to argue is that the President of the United States is not the Commander-in-Chief of the United States, because the Commander-in-Chief of the United States has unilateral authority to declassify. All 28 previous presidents before Trump have done exactly and essentially what he has done. And nobody has seen any sort of repercussion. Let's be frank, it's because it's Trump. Now, something you need to realize, because we've heard the invocation of Hillary Clinton's documents. The fact that Donald Trump has been prosecuted for allegedly mishandling classified documents and Hillary has not is actually proof of corruption. And also, one thing I'd like to keep before your minds, everybody on this panel tonight, Joseph R. Biden, while senator, had classified documents he had no clearance to have, he had no ability to even read, he had no ability to declassify, and he was negligent with our national security secrets he had no clearance to ever possess or own, which, whether you like it or not, no matter how you want to look at it, is objectively, measurably worse than anything Donald J. Trump is even accused of. Let me say that again. That makes him objectively, measurably negligent with our national security in a way that is worse than anything Donald J. Trump is even accused of, folks. And so, folks, with all that, if you love these base takes, find me at KOE Nation. God bless every last one of you. These lips of mine, they could speak no evil. And with that, I yield back to you, beautiful people.
Okay, I appreciate your passionate introduction. It is open to the floor. Anybody who wants it, take it.
I legitimately don't know if I can take 2 hours of drama kid, but right-winger stuff on here. So I was taking very careful notes as we were doing this. I got all the Republican catchphrases, Burisma, Hunter Biden, Hillary Clinton, double stand-up, Durham report, all y'all's greatest hits. The only argument I heard defending this shit show in front of me right here is this idea that Trump can declassify whatever he wants. He wasn't the fucking president here. He wasn't the president. If that is your best idea to defend this shit show, and you've got to go to the Republican
Well, he was the president.
nonsense.
He was elected. None of us
I'm going to finish what I'm saying. If the only move you have is to keep going through this same stuff that's so intellectually dishonest, you've got to just flip it around and turn it and start attacking the Democrats. This is your chance to be an adult. This is your chance to talk about serious stuff here. He had classified information talking about really serious stuff. Other nation states' ability to wage war and strike back, nuclear secrets, just out there, Mar-a-Lago, where anyone can come in and look at this. If you care about national security, if you are an adult, this is your chance to not just start attacking the Democrats over and over. Address with the point. Talk about the indictment here. Let's talk about some reality here today.
I mean,
well, if being sassy and condescending was an argument, you'd have that spilled up. But unfortunately, we get all three through your stupid take. But yay, girl power, you did it. Anyways, we know. Don't interrupt me. I'll finish my point. The point is, what you're getting at is that there's a clear double. There's a clear double standard in the way this applied, and I noticed that you ignored all of that, which was part of the topic that Connor talked about. And this is something that you would have cheered for the whole time. For example, you just started talking about how dangerous it is to leave these super top secret documents. You have no idea what these documents say. None of us have seen them. In fact, even Trump's lawyers haven't been allowed to see them. So we're just taking the word of the very corrupt FBI and DOJ that is we see from the Durham report and incident after incident how they've been out to get Trump, as even Chuck Schumer admitted that they would be. So we're just taking their words. For example, a top secret document that has something to do with nuclear weapons could mention nuclear weapons in passing and have nothing to do about our capabilities. But if you are worried I wonder, where can I find your videos about how dangerous it was for top secret information to be stored on a server that was hacked by the Koreans and the Chinese with Hillary Clinton? Where's your videos that you put out about how dangerous it was for Joe Biden, who, after saying how irresponsible it was for Trump to have classified documents, had classified documents in 3 locations, including an open and unlocked garage? Do you also think that was a danger of national? Is it your turn to stop being childish, and now's the time for you to come and talk about how dangerous that was to our national security secrets?
I think the more pressing question is, Brianna, do you not see that as a double standard at all?
No,
So it is okay for Joe Biden and all these other heads of state to have those types of documents in those types of locations?
Hold on here. I want to be really clear.
But it's not negligently. They knew they had them there.
You asked me a question.
No, Biden said he didn't know, which is negligence.
Yeah, and his lawyers did, and the people that brought them there.
Well, I'll get to that.
There is, so I understand that Republicans don't want to talk about big structural issues here. We do have a classification problem.
We can't even agree on what the structure actually is. You came in here talking
and
about
I finished my goddamn point.
No, you're on a debate panel. Grow
Guys,
some.
I have a small child. We are going to have, this is the absolute invocation of parental authority. So what I would say is I'm partial to Brianna because I'm biased. So I'm going to let her finish, and then we'll let whoever wants to respond.
So this is my point here. We do actually have a classification problem here in this country. So the system that was built to classify these documents, this was built in the 1950s, and it is not scaled with the information age. This is one of the things I learned running for Congress, is we have a really big problem. We don't have the personnel to go through, check these documents in and out. They don't have an equivalent of, say, GitHub or something like that. So one of the problems is the reason you see Mike Pence and Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton, all these different figures, having access to classified information when they shouldn't, is we need to go through and massively update this system. This is the kind of boring problem that no one in Congress wants to solve, but it's actually a very important one, which is why there's this problem across the board. That is a separate issue than what Trump has done. No one on this panel on the left, I think, would have a problem with Trump if this was similar to a Hillary Clinton situation where he just incidentally had some classified information and it was not intentional. If you actually read this, and I don't think anyone on the right here has actually read this, you see repeated attempts to lie about what he had, to mislead, to work with his lawyers, to collude and break the law, to hide his like having classified information on his person. It's just night and day. So I don't think it's the same, and I don't think those situations are prosecutable in the same way.
Real
But
quick,
to
you said
go
Hillary
back to my
Clinton- you
question,
said-
What a coincidence.
You said Hillary Clinton, it was incidental. She didn't know, correct?
For which part?
No, you said that Trump had classified information intentionally. It was incidental with Hillary Clinton. That's why it's different. If
There
it
are
was just
multiple
incidental, like
things, there are
that's what you
multiple
said, correct?
incidents with Hillary Clinton, so I need to know which one you're talking about.
Well, to be clear, on the Hillary Clinton email
you're the one
server,
who's-
it was the FBI's contention that she didn't know, to be clear. Those are the
Okay,
official
but
findings. yeah.
we'll get to that in a second. Yes, we know the corrupt FBI that all of their agents were proving and saying in text message that they wanted insurance policies.
That
to stop
horrible,
Trump.
lifelong Republican
Right,
Comey,
right.
nominated by George
You
W. Bush,
get
that
it.
just so happened to turn out to be an evil leftist. Yes,
Right,
that
if
one.
you
That is
think
correct,
it's
Rob. Yes.
If you think it's Republican versus Democrat, and that's the difference in the corruption, then clearly you haven't been paying attention.
Nah,
I know
it's
you
a
skipped the Durham
uniparty
report and
corruption.
everything. Nonetheless, you're the one who brought up that it was incidental or classified. So let me get you 2 examples of questions as to why. Do you think that Hillary Clinton, as a career politician, understood that having a server meant that there was likely to be classified information on it?
Nope.
You think that Hillary Clinton, first off, do you think that she went through a training that said that it was inappropriate for her to have a personal server?
Nope. As reported by the FBI, unfortunately for the State Department, there was a long-standing, even Trump has sent emails from his phone doing personal business. And the order...
An email is different than a server.
Regardless, email server, whatever. The idea was that there were some people that wanted to be able to send emails quickly. The idea was some people wanted to be able to send emails quickly. They didn't have the ability to get access to classified servers or to State Department servers quick enough, so they sent some emails on their personal emails. But the idea that they knew, the idea that she knew that there were classified emails there was never proved. The classification markings on the emails were suspect at best. I think only 2 had an actual C classification on them, and all of the emails that she was sending was going out to other official people doing official business. There was no attempt to hide or mask or
She deleted the
conspire
emails
anything.
after getting a subpoena. That's an attempt to hide.
We'll get there. Please, we'll get there, Phil. So there you heard it there from Destiny and Brianna, what they're going to send on. Well, the FBI said that when Hillary saw the classified material, this career politician didn't understand what the classified markings was. She thought that they
I didn't
meant
say that. Wait.
alphabetical order.
Hold on. Wait. Please, wait. Don't. Please, wait. If you want to, I know you like to do idolatry, but please don't misquote me. I didn't say that she saw the classified material and didn't know what it was. My understanding is of like the 200 some, there were only like 200 some classified, half of I think which were retroactively classified. Of those emails that were classified, I believe only 3 even had the markings on them. There were no formal classification markings on 99.5% of these supposedly classified emails that were even on the server. So no, it wasn't like they saw a whole bunch of classified information. The FBI themselves said that it looked like when they were talking about classified topics, they were trying to just use like keywords or whatever, so they weren't intentionally spreading information that they knew they shouldn't. Like for the most part, it seemed like everybody that was conducting business on these servers and emailing to and from each other were doing their best to avoid leaking or having any kind of like improper communications going on. That's why of the 30, that's why of all the emails, only 200 were
to respond, please.
Sure. I just want to be clear on the facts.
You absolutely can.
So basically, it was okay when she did it, is what I heard.
Phil. All right, so I'm just pausing right here. I'm going to consider this like a sidebar topic. It is relevant to the main topic, but I also don't think that we necessarily came here specifically to like litigate Hillary Clinton's like email server. But
it's always about her emails.
That's the only argument they've got.
Well, hold on. We can go through this piece by piece because, for instance, like if we're going to appeal to hypocrisy and we're just going to say, Hillary Clinton had security issues with the email server, and then Hunter Biden had issues with his security stuff when he was the senator, and then Joe Biden, and then Joe Biden had issues with the secured information, and then Hunter Biden has corruption issues that have been ignored. Hillary Clinton has corruption issues that have been ignored with the Clinton Foundation. I don't mind walking through each one of those topics, but I think that if we do one of those for 30 minutes, we're not going to litigate the other ones. So I'm going to do 10 minutes for Hillary Clinton's email server, and then we can either move to the next proximate.
I need 20 seconds.
All right, so Phil 20 seconds, and then Rob.
The fact that Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump have all been accused of mishandling classified documents in one shape, form, figure, or another, and only the people that happen to line up with the uniparty's politics are the ones that do not face prosecution is actually evidence of corruption. And I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you.
What about Mike
Rob?
Pence?
Rob and then Dylan.
He's part of the uniparty.
So there you have it from Dylan and Brianna, right? She saw some of the
the right
classified
don't want
markings.
Pence. You can have him.
She saw some of the classified markings, but this career politician didn't understand what they were. Now, an FBI agent, who they didn't release the name of, said that he thought that it defied credulity that Hillary Clinton was actually arguing that the classification markings actually were alphabetical order. And if that defense works for Hillary Clinton, I assume then if Trump says, well, when I said things looked secret and things like that could have declassified, I didn't know they were classified. I thought that that was just alphabetical markings. I assume everyone here will say, well, that's perfectly legitimate. If he thought that they weren't classification markings because the subpoena called for things that were marked classified, if Trump didn't think they were classified, he just thought it was alphabetical, then it's cool, right?
Well, Trump said, these are secret, I'm not supposed to show you.
Doesn't mean they were classified.
Wait, what does secret mean?
I have the quote here from Trump. This is from the indictment. Trump told individuals that the plan, and this was after he was showing aides and like journalists who were visiting him, secret plans to invade a country.
Just to be clear on that.
No security clearances. It was a plan to invade a country which is believed to be Iran, but we don't know if it was Iran for sure. This is what the indictment says. Trump told the individuals that the plan was highly confidential and secret. Trump also said, and this is his words, as president, I could have declassified it. Now I can't. You know, but this is still a secret. So by the way, wait, one last thing. I do also want to say,
that would be a mistrial in any real way.
KOE, this means Trump doesn't even agree with your position on how the executive authority
No, I'm saying that the tape that
could
you just
declassify
cited,
documents.
it's actually been revealed earlier today that that's actually been an edited tape. So in any
okay,
real world,
could you tell me the context?
Oh, it's been edited. It's been revealed.
Wait. KOE.
Where was this? I must have missed that New York Times article.
Project Veritas has
ever
revealed them. Brianna will, huge
Hold on.
donator to Project Veritas even.
Brianna.
Wait,
Brianna, you are my favorite condescending woman, but Dylan is my favorite hairy twink, so I am gonna let him have a moment. I'm sorry, what's your classification? Is it otter?
Wait, how are we defining twink here?
Okay, bear, fine. Whatever you
I have a
want.
bunch to say, so
whatever classification you want. Dylan, please, you were
always be
finishing an
Sean
idea.
Mike
Please
Epstein.
finish an idea.
Let me just read this again, okay, for people in the back. Trump told the individuals that the plan was highly confidential and secret. Trump also said, as president, I could have declassified it, and now I can't. You know, but this is still a secret. What he's saying here, I don't know what edit could have been done to make it so what he's actually talking about is the separate document that has to do with ice cream or some unrelated topic. This is directly connected to the documents he was showing them. What was the edit that was done that made it so he was talking about something else and not the plans to invade a country, most likely Iran?
I got this. I got this. I can see a very
Hey, Jimmy.
plausible. Hey, how you doing, buddy?
Let's go.
So there's a very plausible situation where you might actually end up with a conversation that's recorded and then allows it to be edited, right? What if you're actually complaining about the fact that you've got all this shit laying around your house, and what you really want them to do is to come pick it up and take it the fuck off, and you've been complaining for a while for them to come do this, and it hasn't happened yet, and you're like, some other people come around, you're like, fuck it, look, this is how efficient our government is. They can't even come pick up the documents. I was already in office. I had to deal with all this other bullshit, and now I'm left with this paperwork that's secret, right? But they left it here in my house, and now I have to deal with it. Something along those lines, I can see somebody complaining about, and then you can zip. There's an edit. and
That'd be
that's
nice,
just me.
but there's no
You know.
evidence of that. In fact, all the evidence points to the contrary. The Department of Archives literally requested these documents back multiple times. The FBI requested these documents back multiple times. Trump told his attorney, who has now told federal prosecutors, that he instructed his attorneys and employees around Mar-a-Lago to hide these documents and to lie and misrepresent to the FBI what was there. So this
Is that recorded? Do we have?
It's in the indictments that was voted on by the completely
That
blue.
sounds like a constitutional crisis that the Supreme Court should decide, not a FBI raid from Merrick Garland.
Wait,
who
wait,
just
wait,
happens
wait.
to be the guy that Donald Trump shafted out of a Supreme Court justice seat. You don't think there's a little bit of sour grapes there?
What is the constitutional crisis?
No, all of this whole problem here should have been decided by the Supreme Court. If we've got this problem, what should be done with these documents? What are the limits of this?
Wait.
All of this
Where do you think?
should have been
Wait,
decided
agree
by
with
the
you.
Supreme
Can we do
Court
like
long before
Trump
the man's
doesn't
house
agree
was
with
ever
you.
fucking raided?
Trump doesn't even agree with you.
Let's do a really
I'm
simple.
sure he would love to. If he was on this panel, he'd be like, "Phil, you are the best. Your arguments are incredible. You are my new press secretary."
But he
It's
says
amazing.
right here, as president, I could have declassified
On
it.
an
Now I
edited
can't.
tape.
You know, but it's still secret.
There's some
What is
nuances
what is
missing.
Wait, here,
what's the edit? What's the edit? What's the nuance? Tell me
Here,
the
we don't
nuance.
need. Okay,
Tell me-
wait, we don't need the edit. Okay, really simple back and forth.
So
What
you're
is-
only believing the adversarial prosecution here.
Co-nation. What is?
I'm
what is
believing
the-
Trump's own words.
What is the crisis?
No, the fact that we had to raid a former sitting president's home over all of this nonsense should have been decided by the Supreme Court before anybody ever fucking knocked on his door.
But he
if
had-
this is truly the fucking problem,
Can we do
that
the?
everyone
Can we
wants
just
to
do?
pretend
Can we
it
do
is,
actual answers and not like the grandstanding?
Yeah.
No, this is the answer. You not liking it is irrelevant. I'm sorry.
Well, I want to make something clear. This is Phil KOE's actual personality, so you're just
Thank
going to
you,
have
sir.
to deal with that.
Okay.
So,
Thank you, sir.
What do you think? Here's a simple question: should a president be able to tell whatever classified information or show whatever classified documents he wants for the rest of his life to anybody that he wants to?
He has the unilateral authority to declassify. He doesn't even have to tell
Wait,
anybody.
hold on, that is-
And this has been the standard for at least 28 past presidents. The fact that it is only being used against Donald Trump here is, again, proof of corruption.
Okay, what you just said is not true. Hold on, wait. What you just said is not true. The unilateral ability to declassify is something given to the
It
commander in
comes
chief.
from the office of the president.
Correct. Not
president
for
sitting.
ex-presidents. Not in the future. Not indefinitely.
When he takes them
It
with
is for
him,
the,
that is implicitly
no, it is
declassification, which is
absolute-
the
no,
argument his lawyers
no,
are making.
No, that is first of all
and that's something the Supreme Court should have decided, not a goddamn raid of the, man's house. That's banana republic bullshit.
The Supreme Courts don't need to decide it. The Supreme Courts don't.
ATV, hold on, Dusty's making a point.
The
Yeah,
Supreme.
I'm making a point now too, right? Because he needs to combat this one as well. Shouldn't it also be a process that the government has for the exiting executive for them to go around and collect up all this material instead of it being allowed to be then transported into a civilian's fucking hands and property? That right there is the fault of the government.
There is a process, and it went through. It happened with
Everybody
Barack.
shut up or I'm going to start muting people. Destiny and then Turk. Let's go.
Okay, there is a process. Barack Obama did the exact same thing. When presidents leave the White House, they take a ton of shit with them. Sometimes there might be classified information that gets taken too. People go through it and they ship back whatever's requested or whatever's found to be missing. The only difference is this time, Trump was adversarial in the process. He misrepresented what he had, he lied to multiple people, and he instructed other people to lie to the archive people and to the FBI about the things that he had. There is no problem here. I wouldn't even agree with Brianna. There needs to be an overhaul of the process. The process works fine. If somebody tells you have classified information, you do your best effort to return it, because in order for there to be a criminal statute, for there to be a crime here, there has to be intentionality, an intent to withhold classified information or to lie about it or store it in an area that's not allowed to have classified information. And these are things that Donald Trump did. So he did these things clearly. No past president or ex-president has ever done these things. And the idea that any president ever for the rest of their life should be able to unilaterally declassify things and show them to people is ridiculous.
Them to have that.
Okay,
no, we never did. No, we didn't.
Pause. Everybody, stop. So there are two people that I've seen who are trying to get in, and there are most patient and tactful people. So I'm going to let Kirk go, then I'm going to let Dylan go, and then I'm going to open it back to the floor. You guys are very passionate, but we also are kind of like litigating the same points again. So I do want them to add in their insights, and we can reopen it. And then I kind of want to finish up the Phil/Destiny exchange. So Turk, please.
Yeah, so I'm on the same side here as Brianna and Destiny, because the problem is when they leave office, they have a whole bunch of boxes of documents, and the archives don't know every single document that they actually have their hands on. There's not a certificate, there's not a stamp, there's not a signature on all these physical documents that get taken out of the office, which is why you see people like Biden, Pence, all these other people that don't necessarily have these clearances having access to these documents, because we don't thoroughly enforce this type of record keeping from the archives as well as from the people taking the documents. So KOE, it's like, I wish there was a memo or some sort of blanket thing Trump said that said, all the documents that I'm taking with me are now being unclassified and I can do what I wish with them, because that would make it cut and dry. And that's why, you know, when he was talking about Obama, there's this process, and that's why these archives people have to go through these processes and request feedback, talk to lawyers and stuff. But it goes back to what Destiny says, and it's about intentionality. And that's why, this was my point to begin with, I'm glad this is going to court, because I really want to hear CTV's story being pitched by the defense team and see how that actually holds up with actual record keeping, because it's entirely possible that what Dylan is saying from the indictment is 100% true, but the context is important, and that needs to be litigated rather than saying, oh, he's guilty by just this one blurb. He probably can be, but there is context and that needs to be vetted out. But I don't agree with KOE here, because, you know, he was not the president when he was waving these documents around in front of people. He can't declassify them.
Okay, then we're going to go Dylan, and then it's open to the floor, so if anybody wants to take it, they can take it. But Phil and Destiny were having a passionate exchange that I think needs to be resolved. So Dylan, please.
So not only does once he have office, he doesn't have the authority. Let's say that this was the process. Let's say that once he's left office, any documents that he taken with him, even if the National Archives doesn't know he has it, even if they've requested it back and he's hiding it from him, he can just go shamalama bing bang, these are now declassified. This could set up a precedent. If they really wanted to, let's say they got voted out and they didn't want to get voted out, maybe they wanted to make money as they left the office, this could mean that a US president could take records on, say, American spy installations around the world, our nuclear program, any number of issues, leave office, have been out of office for over a year, and then randomly decide, for whatever reason they could have, to say, you know what, now these extremely important classified documents that are integral to our national security, I'm not even going to talk to anybody about it. They're just, ma'am, declassified. I have that authority, and hello, Twitter, I'm going to tweet out every single piece of this information. Under the system that KOE is saying is the current system, which, by the way, it isn't, that would be legal, and he'd be able to do it and put America at immense risk. Imagine a situation where a president was voted out because we thought he was a national security risk, and then he leaves office, but then he could have that much of an impact on our national security. It's just not a good system, and it's not the system we have.
But I'd also have to
be careful how you vote then.
I'd have to push back, though, because Joe Biden, as a vice president, also had this type of documentation stored in his garage, which is not really a secure place to be storing things. So it's like, as much as I want to agree with you, Dylan, on this, it's like we also have to hold other people that have access to these types of documents to the same level of scrutiny.
There's two things I gotta say to that, but I'll let you finish. I'm sorry.
No, and then that's like I understand that he's working with the prosecutors, he's working with records, they're working on moving stuff, but it's like we have to hold everyone to the same account, and we can't just say, Joe Biden, you've got 18,000 boxes, whatever, give them to us when you've got time.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, from what I know, it was the team around Biden that informed the National Archives that he still had these documents in his garage, and then he cooperated with them to return them, which I do think is substantially different than the National Archives coming for you, asking for the documents, then you go out of your way to hide the documents.
Them working together is a much better outcome from
that's how it's supposed to work.
Yeah, but I also say he
negligence is
has
worse.
these documents. He doesn't have the authority to have them.
Okay,
neither did Trump.
My hand is up. Okay. We need to be clear when we're talking about hold people accountable. Do we mean like we're going to ratio them on Twitter? Or are we talking about like the criminal statutes? Because the statutes for mishandling classified information requires an intent to do so. Somebody accidentally taking a piece of paper home in a folder or whatever, and then when they see it, they report it to the archives or whatever, people come in and they investigate, they take it back. That's not a criminal procedure. You don't get convicted of a crime or charged with a crime.
In my opening statement, I was like, as much as I would like to go after Hillary, she might not have had the intent to do it.
Sure.
She might not have had these other things. So it's like I'm not.
I understand what you're saying, but
disagreeing with
you're saying we need to hold people to the same standard. We are. The National Archives contacted Trump and requested these documents back. If he would have turned them in, we wouldn't be talking about this right now. He would just send them back.
He was in the process. But
No.
That's
a lie.
Sounds like
Hold on.
Supreme Court
Wait.
decide.
No. Wait. Hold on.
Statement.
One of the indictments is literally for obstruction of justice. He was absolutely not in the process. Wait, but then you can't say he was in the process of doing it. He wasn't. He was hiding them and lying about what he had. They had to
I'm
subpoena
sorry,
him.
to be frank, unless somebody can advance the argument that Donald J. Trump is not the commander-in-chief.
He's not the commander-in-chief.
If you can make the argument that the president is not the commander-in-chief,
He's not the president.
Which he was the president, was he not?
Not when he showed these documents, no. You're wrong.
But when he took them, he was.
Do you know how
And
time works? Time moves in one direction.
If you can actually make the argument that the
I can't make
president
the
is not
argument.
the commander-in-chief, I will hear some sort of idea that Trump has done something wrong. Otherwise, it's all just, I don't like Trump gum flappery and should be taken for the infotainment that it is, folks.
It is
Wait,
very easy.
are you saying that like everybody in here, including Turk, all the conservatives who would probably vote for Trump over Biden in a head-to-head, they're also just in the anti-Trump flappery, or do you think there's some merit to these arguments?
No. If you think that he doesn't have unilateral authority to declassify because the president is the commander-in-chief, then everything beyond that is just, I don't like Trump gum flappery, to be frank.
Trump was not the commander-in-chief when he was showing these classified documents.
The commander-in-chief, though, wasn't he? And he has unilateral.
The commander, he did not have
to declassify.
He absolutely needs to. There is a process to doing so. That's why he declassified some documents on his way out. Trump is not forever the commander-in-chief. That's it.
No, but when he left,
it's George Bush. No, he didn't. He did not. He did not have.
Authority to classify
job moderating and everything. Got it. But I'm just going to talk. I'm tired of Shield always having the platform where they're able to embrace these double standards and things like that. So I appreciate that it's just going to be hammered down on this one thing, right? So I'll say this. We talked about how there's not a double standard and Trump was trying to obstruct. Hillary's team literally deleted subpoenaed evidence. Any comment on that? Was that a crime, Destiny?
There's no evidence that the deletion happened in violation of the subpoena. The order to delete was given before the subpoena was issued. The FBI said the same thing. I'm sorry if that bothers you, but listen, at the end of the day, if you believe that every single organization is corrupt and you believe that and you can't trust anybody, then you should kill yourself, because there is literally no point in having a conversation about any of these issues. If the FBI is corrupt, if the DOJ is corrupt,
folks. Don't listen to that.
But by the way, if all of these people are corrupt, then why didn't Trump just own them like every other president does? If the DOJ is truly working at the behest of the president, then why was the DOJ working for Trump?
Stop with my hands and hyperventilate because I can't answer the question because it makes
I already answered the question. You're just not happy with the answer. You shouldn't.
I thought the idea was we weren't going on to. I sit here patiently. I'm trying to go have a back and forth. Let me ask you this, Destiny. When Paul Combetta, the IT person for Hillary, deleted those emails, did he know they were subpoenaed?
I don't believe so.
Well, that's not what he testified to the FBI. He said he was aware of the subpoena, but he had an oh shit
If
moment.
he was, okay, then if he was aware, he had a plea of immunity, and there was the IT guy might have known he had a plea of immunity, but he wasn't the one being. No, because there's no evidence that Hillary issued the order to delete emails that were subpoenaed. Correct, Rob?
Okay.
Rob, no, wait. Rob, I want you to answer that question. Was there any evidence ever that Paul knew that Hillary told him to delete those emails that were subpoenaed? That she knew they were subpoenaed when he told him to delete the emails? Answer that question without rambling. You're gonna ramble. You're not gonna answer that.
No, I'll answer. No.
Thank you. Okay.
Can I expound now?
Go for it.
I don't have to do like Destiny and just say kill yourself.
I'm surprised you actually answered a question.
I don't have to do questions, so I have to but I really don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
I'm gonna let you go. Hold on. Everybody pause momentarily, okay? The temperature is obviously at 100. I want to get it down to a 98.6, you know, like not fever level. So, Rob, go ahead. Dylan, are you playing with your hair or do you have your hand up?
I had my hand up earlier, but I'm always playing with my hair.
Okay, beautiful.
Okay,
so
may I go?
Yeah, so Rob, Dylan, and then Brianna, if you haven't lost brain cells, we'll do that. So.
I'm trying my best.
All right.
So here you can see the corruption and the double standards employed by the FBI. They're willing to accept everything Hillary's team said without subpoenaing phones, without violating attorney-client privilege. In fact, they allowed the attorneys who we know from the 302s actually lied to the FBI in Mills and Aberdeen. Both of them claimed they had no knowledge of Hillary Clinton's server and didn't even know what a server was, in the words of Cheryl Mills. But then there are emails that we have found that they were talking about the server prior to Hillary's tenure as Secretary of State. So they knew that this server existed. They directly lied to the FBI, according to Peter Strzok's 302s, but they weren't charged with this. However, what we see what the FBI did was they gave everyone immunity. They knew that crimes were committed that were literal obstruction of justice. There was destruction of subpoenaed evidence, knowingly subpoenaed evidence that was destroyed, and they just took Paul Combetta's word. After they suspected him of lying, after they knew he committed this crime, they said, well, we'll give him immunity, and then we'll see if he wants to roll on anyone. Now, that's where Destiny is going to be able to hold the ground here and say, well, we don't have evidence. Right, we don't have evidence because the FBI intentionally, because of their bias, chose not to look for. And we can see that the investigation into Trump in this particular indictment proves how corrupt it was. Because what Destiny and his left-wing flacks like Pisco want to argue is that, well, this was a totally reasonable strategy to go after the low-level guys that they knew committed crimes, give them immunity and say, do you have anything you want to say about Hillary? And they said, no, I don't. Why, if that's the standard, that it's the best way to solve a case, why are they indicting Nada? Why didn't they just give Nada immunity? Why didn't they go to him and say, hey, we're going to give you total immunity about the handling of this classified information? Did Trump tell you to do it? And if Trump said no, he didn't, they'd say, okay, case closed. No need to talk to attorneys and violate attorney-client privilege. No need to subpoena text records. No need to subpoena phone records and emails, because that's what they did in the Hillary investigation. So in the Trump investigation, we're told all of this shit was necessary because there was an idea that he may intend to obstruct justice. Now, with the Hillary case, she actually did obstruct justice, or her team did, as everyone knows. Yes, her team did obstruct justice. But instead of having a super serious investigation and raiding homes and getting subpoenas, they said, we'll just give that low-level guy immunity. Why the double standard in how they're treating Nada versus how they treated Combetta?
Two things. One,
Destiny.
Didn't they hand every device over to the FBI? They didn't have to subpoena everything. No, they didn't. What did they not hand over? My understanding is that Hillary Clinton said that she was. They destroyed cell phones?
Yes, they smashed cell phones with cameras. Would you like me to read from the actual IG report? I have this pulled up. I knew you would try to spill out this lie.
I'm sure that's not trying to conceal evidence.
Here's
destroy evidence by destroying
evidence.
evidence.
Pause. Everybody pause. There's a real contention here that I actually feel is substantive that we can, try to get past, okay? Which is basically, we have Trump credibly accused of doing this thing. We have an alleged parallel with Hillary Clinton. Some people are saying that the timeline makes sense to the point that they were cooperating with the investigations, but this is also one of the allegations from the Durham report, is that the FBI is basically very aggressive when it comes to the Trump investigations, but they are not aggressive when it comes to the Hillary Clinton investigation. So what I want to do, because we have people waiting, I want Rob to basically give us the information. I want Destiny to chew on that for a minute. I want Dylan and Brianna to go, and then I want us to revisit. So Rob, go ahead when you're ready.
Page 82 of the IG report, quote, some witnesses told us they were concerned about certain devices the FBI was never able to locate. For example, as described above in section 2, the mid-year team was never able to locate the archive laptop, the archive thumb drive, both of which Hanley and others contained complete copy of Clinton's archives. In addition, according to the LHM, the FBI's investigation identified 13 total mobile devices associated with Clinton's Clinton.com email address. The mid-year team asked Clinton's attorneys for these devices, but they stated they were unable to locate them. According to the LHLM, Cooper and Hanley told the FBI they were wiped or destroyed by Clinton's devices. One FBI analyst told us she was frustrated by the claim that Clinton's attorneys could not find her devices. However, he stated that he guessed the agency didn't have probable cause to assert the missing devices were in Clinton's home and that a search warrant could be issued, given the testimony that her old devices had been destroyed. We question whether the use of the subpoena search warrant might have encouraged Clinton, her lawyers, and competitor, and others to search harder for the devices. Prosecutor Toole told us that the prosecutors believe Clinton's attorneys were dealing in good faith. See,
Okay, so wait.
when it came to
So question.
That's
do you have
important.
any evidence that those devices were destroyed after the subpoena was issued? Or are we saying that because she didn't have her cell phone...
Wow, reaching, man.
No, it's not a reach at all. I'm sorry, hold on. If I were to go and search
It's
your
kind
house
of a
for
reach.
every cell phone you had since the year 1998, does that mean you destroyed them all because of a subpoena you got in
the FBI just
2015?
so happens to need to get their hands
They're
on,
asking
just
for every
so
device.
happen to be
They're asking for.
destroyed when it comes time for them
if
to
they're-
go a looking.
Okay,
Come
so
on,
okay,
man.
so
even you don't believe
so
that. Come on,
to reiterate, they had absolutely no evidence. Here is like the simplest question that I can ask that completely dismantles this entire silly argument. If the FBI is so concerned about aggressively hunting people on the right and they're all a bunch of leftoid dipshits, why in the course of these Hillary email investigations did Comey at 2 different points make potentially campaign-ending statements about Hillary Clinton's emails? One, when he came out and he gave the scathing review of her conduct, when he said he didn't recommend charges, he gave that scathing review. And 2, publicly stating, I believe like 2 weeks before the election, that they were reopening the investigation. If the FBI is such a partisan hack organization that is only concerned with furthering leftist causes, why did they do those 2 things?
Okay,
And I want Rob, nope.
Notice
you
they
may
didn't
not.
charge her.
You may
They
not.
charged Trump.
Phil, I want everybody to absorb the information into their bodies. I want them to meditate deeply on what Rob and Destiny have said. I want them to internalize them and digest them while we listen to other people make points. So we're gonna go Dylan and then Brianna and then Turk. I did see it. You're gonna be next on the list, but I'm probably gonna let it flow and then I'm gonna drag it over to you.
I also want to add one more quick thing to the end of my thing. 8 of the devices they sought were from her tenure from 2009 to 2013. So these cell phones were like years old, okay? God.
Well,
This
Mike,
is
when
years old.
you say you have a question that will dismantle everything, and then I'm not allowed to answer it. We'll get to it in 5 people later. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Dylan, go ahead.
So I was mulling over this idea of like classification of the president saying alakabam, you can look at my nuclear documents now. And I was thinking about this process that Trump went through. The first hurdle I'm thinking of, if he knew he had this power and he believed he had this power and everybody around him believed he had this power, why did he go through a process of declassification at the end of his presidency with the office of the president? Second point I would have to make is, why did he say things like this according to one of his lawyers? This was in the indictment as well. I don't want anybody looking through my boxes. I really don't. I don't want you looking through my boxes. Well, what happens if we just don't respond at all or don't play ball with them? Wouldn't it be better if we just told them we don't have anything here? Well, isn't it better if there are no documents? If he knew that he had this power as president to just go alakabam and declassify all these documents, why did he hide them?
We've done that circle, so I just kind of want to let
property?
that. I want to let that question marinate in the ether, so to speak, and I want Brianna to share her insights with us.
Yeah, so Destiny, you said something a bit earlier where you said you weren't really sold on this idea that we need to overhaul classified intelligence systems. You know, I didn't understand this until I read Richard Stengel's book. He served as Undersecretary of State under Kerry. And he was talking about his like light bulb moment where he realized why Hillary Clinton had set up her own email server. It was when he went to the State Department and started using the computer systems there, which are like secure, but they are from the 1990s. And they're ultra slow. They're hard to search through. You know, they're very non-responsive. And what he found is because of the culture of the State Department requires you to like email people back very quickly and be responsive. that forwarding stuff to the equivalent of a Gmail account was a very, very common practice. And in fact, this is a common practice across many government agencies. If you look at those pictures of like Trump at Mar-a-Lago with all these different boxes there piled to the ceiling, anyone that's ever worked with any kind of law firm knows they have a really, really secure check-in, check-out service to like have classified documents, make sure, client secrecy is kept. So there is a problem across the government where we have this agency that was set up in the 50s to classify intelligence. And as things have scaled, as we're producing so much more paper and records and things like ever before, we've not really funded this agency to keep it up with it. So I believe that there is a big problem across government, people trying to do the right thing, trying to do their jobs, trying to respond to emails, but because we've not invested in this very core infrastructure, it's made it much more difficult to do. And I just want to make one overarching point, and this is sincere, it's very genuine. It's really hard to sit here and listen to this, not in the sense I begrudge my right-wing friends, your opinions, but you don't seem to believe in any part of the country. You think the FBI is corrupt, you think all these officials are out to get you, you think we need to short circuit due process in the court system and go straight to the Supreme Court. There's no faith you have that people in the government are trying to do the right thing.
Read the Durham report.
And my experience, because I have worked with the FBI on multiple things, my experience is you have hardworking professionals that are understaffed, under-resourced, they love this country, they could make more money in the private sector, and they're doing this because they really believe in the country. And I think it's really sad that there's no point of view on this panel that treats them and believes they are the professionals that they are. I think generally speaking they are.
Waco, Ruby Ridge, great examples.
So Turk, all right, Turk, if you're quick, just because we've had kind of the sharing of the thoughts and the ideas. What I'm curious about, just to kind of move the conversation just a smidge, Rob asked Brianna at the end of that perspective, have you read Durham? And I feel like Durham is a place where you could point to a double standard, so I would like y'all to engage on that. But before we do that, Turk, if you want to share our thoughts, and then I would like to hear Rob and Brianna engage on Durham.
Yeah, so this goes back to Brianna. I really think the other issue where it comes to, if we were going to say that the federal bureaucracies that are in place, particularly with the FBI in this specific instance, why was the Miami field office not the one that was in charge of executing and organizing the raid on Mar-a-Lago? And it was in fact placed by the DC field office. That goes completely past standard normal operating procedures within the FBI when doing field work. Can you respond to that? Because that's violating the standard norm that we're supposed to trust and verify and believe everything's working well.
In my experience working with the FBI, anything that tends to be a national security issue, the national state of this was very quick to get in. I'll give you a very good example. When I was running for office,
you can
let me finish what I'm saying, because it does answer.
I kind of want to hear the story.
When I was running for office, I had really good reason to believe that Russia had hacked my Gmail. There was very strong evidence of that. I did report that to my local FBI field office. It was the national FBI that got back to me very quickly. Exact same thing with Gamergate when I was working with them during Gamergate. So it would be my guess that anything this kind of high profile politically, that the uppers step in and kind of pass it to the most senior people there because there are political implications.
So then why is it now being prosecuted and placed in the Miami federal courts as opposed to being in the DC federal courts?
Because isn't that because you need standing in a state where a crime is being committed? Isn't that generally an important part of
Then why wasn't the grand jury
It's not
that did all of this?
following
Why wasn't it
standard
in
operating
Florida?
Wait, the grand jury was in Florida. That's my understanding, right?
No, there was a grand jury in Florida, but when all of the violation of attorney-client privilege and all of the motions about what they were allowed to get from the attorneys and what sort of documents they were allowed to subpoena, all of that occurred in D.C. with a D.C. favorable left-wing jury pool, and then they just said, oh, Florida grand jury, here's everything we found, read it. But the Florida grand jury had no say in, and that judge had no say in the violation of attorney-client privilege and all of the sort of investigative tools that the FBI was able to use.
I'm not going to be able to answer every single question, but if your answer to every single question is going to be, well, this is evidence of corruption, except for when they did this, like, if they're so corrupt, then why did they go to Miami grand jury at all? Why didn't they just do everything in D.C., Rob?
Because of standing. Because they,
wait, no, wait. So,
been...
Yeah, but like, why couldn't they have said like, well, it's a federal crime and these documents were taken from D.C., so we're going to charge it in D.C. They probably could have argued for it. So, and if also remember, Rob, it's your argument that they're all so corrupt that they like if the whole FBI is bought and sold, why wouldn't they just make the argument in front of all the corrupt courts and all the corrupt DOJ and all the corrupt FBI to do this?
Okay, so I'll get to Brianna in a second, which way Connor wanted, but I'll answer your question that was going to solve everything.
Okay, you have no answer. It's always like selective, yeah.
Real quick, these phones were going to solve everything. Just because the phones were years old, the FBI clearly thought that these phones were material that they wanted to see, and instead of subpoenaing it, they just asked. This was after the FBI knew that the evidence had been deleted that was subpoenaed. So the FBI, if they're really concerned about stopping potential obstruction, at that point would be like, screw that, we're not asking anymore.
Wait, but obstruction is obstruction. If you ask me for something and I destroy it, I'm pretty sure that's obstruction just as much as if you subpoena me and I destroy it. If they ask them and they say it doesn't...
These phones were from 2009 to 2014 for an investigation that went from 2016 to 2018, so still very much well within the line. So I'm sorry, unless we all get a burner phone every 6 months.
Remember, it's not about your feelings, it's about criminal charges. You have to prove that they were destroyed with the intent to obstruct what, future crimes?
I don't have to prove that. I'm not saying that. In fact, these phones were destroyed before the subpoena. That's not the argument I'm making, Destiny.
Then what is the argument you're making?
The argument I'm making is, you're the FBI, right? Why did the FBI raid Mar-a-Lago? Can Brianna,
the FBI raided Mar-a-Lago because they waited for months and months. It was over a year of fighting with Trump to get these documents back, and he didn't respond. So
Trump shafted Merrick Garland out of the Supreme Court seat. That's actually why, if you want to get down to the brass tacks.
Now you think that they were trying to obstruct. That's a big deal, that Trump was trying to obstruct, right?
Wait, why do you think I think Trump was trying to obstruct?
Because what's in the indictment.
Correct.
Okay, so if the argument is that the FBI has to up their intensity if they feel that there's an attempted obstruction through an ongoing investigation, which is a serious crime itself, then they have to take more aggressive steps. They're done
No,
just
no,
No,
wait, hold on. The FBI didn't raid because of obstruction. The FBI raided because there were documents that they needed to get back that were classified that was out of government control.
In other words, they thought that Trump was obstructing the process of giving back those documents by withholding documents.
No, it doesn't matter if they thought he was obstructing or not. The reality was is there were documents there, and the FBI
they thought he was obstructing or not. Because if they didn't think that he was, then why the fuck would they bother raiding his fucking house?
Because there were documents where they weren't getting turned back in. They were getting turned in.
They thought.
That's something for the Supreme Court to decide, man. Not Merrick Garland, who got shafted out of the seat, who's got sour grapes over it.
It could be. We could hypothesize a world where they just didn't know, they were being lazy, they didn't fucking check anything, and eventually FBI raids to go get it back. That's not necessarily obstruction. That's just them being lazy and stupid. Now, in this case...
The term obstruction, the way I'm using it here, I don't mean the legal definition, I mean they
Then don't say obstruction. I don't know what you're talking about then. Don't say obstruction.
They were afraid, because it is obstruction, but you're being obtuse. So
no, I'm talking about there's a criminal charge of obstruction.
We're not going to use legal terms in this legal discussion.
Right.
Yeah, right. Just real quick, one of the criminal charges of the indictment is obstruction of justice. So if you say obstruction, I'm going to assume you're talking about that. But go ahead.
Like destroying subpoenaed evidence, that sort of obstruction. But yes, what I'm saying is that the FBI, we're told that they had to take this unprecedented step of raiding a former president's home because they wanted documents back and they weren't getting them. They were worried they weren't going to get them back. Right?
Yes,
now, with the Hillary side, they also were worried they weren't going to get them back. You know how I know they were worried? Because they knew they were deleted. So at that point, you would stop asking. You would say, we're going to have some subpoenas. But for some reason, they did the opposite. And you still can't answer the question.
Can I tangle with that before you gish Gallo? Can I just tangle with that point before you gish Gallo? Okay, hold on. The problem with Hillary...
If everyone's just corrupt and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, because you just like to...
I know the people of exactly what you do.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, one point at a time, okay? You're saying... Okay, let me just try to get my mind around this. You're saying that they raided Trump's house to try to get documents back, but they didn't need to raid Hillary's email server? the Hillary's email server and the crimes and the issues we're looking at there are fundamentally different than why the FBI raided Trump's house. The FBI raided Trump's house to get classified material back. I don't know if you know how email works, but you can't take the emails back. Raiding Hillary's place and taking the emails back doesn't work. Once an email is sent, it's gone.
You don't know how an email server works.
Please don't try. Okay. If when they're investigating Hillary Clinton, when they're investigating Hillary Clinton, you cannot. I don't care what kind of email server you have, you cannot unsend the email. Stop.
But
okay.
There's a physical copy on the hard drive of the document being sent from that machine.
That's fine, but they weren't raiding Hillary's place to try to get back physical copies on a hard drive. What they were looking for was they were looking for the crime of whether or not she intentionally, because that's what you need. You need the intent.
She intentionally created a server that could potentially hold these types of documents, then knowingly had them erased, or
hold on.
someone under her effect had them erased.
Okay, if you
No,
want to,
anybody that's ever been charged with possession with intent to distribute is like, what the f? I don't need it. What the f? This bullshit.
The problem is you guys are like, you're mixing up your personal feelings about some things with like the legal statutes. There is nothing against the law about creating a personal email server and doing work out of that, even if you work for the government. Nothing about that is illegal. So
there is when you're holding classified documents like this.
When you say there is when you're doing this, you're agreeing with me in more words. Okay? There's nothing illegal.
No, he's
it's like me saying
no.
It's like me
In
saying
more words.
there's
Come on, we got places to be.
It's like me.
He's getting there.
Okay. It's like saying there's nothing illegal about owning a gun, and me going, oh, it is illegal to own a gun if you kill somebody with it.
Yes.
Okay, so you're agreeing with me. There's nothing illegal about having it.
actually not true.
I can't. Oh shit! I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
Once you do the killing or having the documents, you violate the rule.
Setting up the email server has nothing to do with.
TV is correct.
Setting up.
Truth just got said. You have to be charged and prosecuted before it becomes illegal.
Setting up an email server has
a fucking justice system after all.
Oh my god! I don't even know.
I want to hear what he says.
Well done, CTV.
Pause. Everybody pause.
I'm not even sure what the original point was. Apparently, having email servers is illegal.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
I can summarize it.
Thanks.
And also, Dylan has been patiently waiting. I do see Dylan, so we're gonna give it to Dylan in a second. However, I kind of want to summarize the scenario because I feel like we escaped the orbit of Hillary Clinton's email server for about 20 minutes, and then now we're back again. What we're really talking about is it seems like conservatives believe that there are rules for thee, but not for me.
Oh,
and that
we've been
if you're,
pointed out on the left.
Hold on. Let me articulate this fully, and then I promise I'll let you guys do it. It seems like the conservative side of the panel are saying there's rules for thee, but not for me. That Biden and Hillary Clinton have done several things that the FBI did not investigate aggressively, even though there were some shady things going on, like the smashing of the cell phones, or her pretending that, but I'm saying pretending from my perspective, but bleaching of the server was literally physically wiping it down with cleaning product, that kind of thing. That all seems like shady bullshit to me, right? But
I don't know. I claim my justice.
But hold on. If I was to articulate the progressive side, it's that Biden and Hillary Clinton seem to have tried to, in some circumstances, cooperate with the investigations, whereas, based off of the indictment, we are seeing that Trump did not wish to cooperate with the people who are trying to recover the files, and so there's a material difference there. That is what I have taken away from the past 30 minutes or so. Now, Rob, I do see you. You're a beautiful rhetorician. I can't wait to hear from you. But Dylan has more beautiful hair, and so we're gonna let him go first. Dylan, lead us into the fray, and then we're gonna open it back up.
Luxurious head of hair.
Yeah, I just wanted to think about this for a second. So, I don't know the moral intent behind everybody working at the FBI, but James Comey, 10 days before the 2016 election, reopened the probe into Hillary Clinton's email. Now, I don't know if you think it had an impact on the election. Hillary thinks it had an impact on the election. A lot of Democrats think it had an impact on the election. If the FBI is so corrupt towards Democrats, why would James Comey reopen a probe into her emails 10 days before a major election that had extremely close election results? Not to mention the fact in his 2018 book, which he released 2 years after the decision, he said that it may have been influenced by unconsciously. He says unconsciously. I don't know what he means by that, but I mean, I'll take him at his word. Unconsciously impacted by the fact that she could have been the next president of the United States. If the FBI is so unbelievably corrupt, why would they do that? Which obviously hurt Hillary in the 2016 election.
answer this
Rob,
real
go
quick. It's
ahead.
something that's brought up quite a bit. So the reason is in the IG report. The reason is because Comey and them were trying to cover up the Anthony Weiner laptop. They sat on that. It's in the IG report, so I don't know. Do you want me to read it word for word? Do you want me to, Destiny? You're laughing. Do you want me to read it?
I would be interested.
I read a funny joke.
I'm sorry.
So the reporting FBI agent's name was Sweeney, and I believe it was on September 28th they found out that there were all of these hundreds of thousands of emails, including from Hillary Clinton's server, an email chain on Anthony Weiner's laptop. Sweeney reported this to Peter Strzok and also to James Comey around September 28th or 29th. The entire reason that we're told in the IG report that the FBI didn't get subpoenas, they weren't that like they let all this shit go. They had to give out immunity deals was because they were in a hurry. And so Sweeney was like, well, listen, if we're in such a hurry, why has it been a month and no one's looking at these emails from the FBI? So Sweeney blew the whistle and went to the outside the FBI because he kept getting in touch with the FBI saying, why aren't you doing something about this? And so he went to the Southern District of New York, and then the Southern District of New York contacted Comey. Comey then had to announce that he was reopening the investigation because, as he said in the book, as Dylan gives you part of the story, he did think it could have been implicitly influenced by the fact that he thought Hillary was going to win. In fact, I believe he said at one point, or the FBI was saying she'd win 1,000,000 to 1 or something like that. And he said he was afraid it would be an albatross around her neck in her first term, that the FBI is accused of holding back this information. So he announced the reopening, then magically was able to go through 500,000 emails in 3 days and say, okay, it's good, there's nothing to see here. That's why they waited, Dylan. That's why they announced, because they were corrupt and trying to bury it until the end of the election.
Why didn't they just bury it and not
to
say
be clear,
anything?
to be clear, wait, let's respond to me. So to be clear, the theory is that they waited until 10 days before the election to announce a groundbreaking story of another probe into Hillary Clinton's emails, only to shut it 3 days later to help her.
Yes.
Okay, that's stupid. I don't even know what else to say to that. That's just,
So you disagree with the IG report? That's what you're saying? So the IG report concluded that the reasoning that Comey and the FBI gave, which was, well, we thought that we had to bide our time because of this, was counterintuitive to everything else they were saying. What I'm telling you, Dylan, is they got caught with their fucking hand in the cookie jar. They tried to bury this story because
why didn't they bury it then? They didn't bury it. They announced another probe.
Dylan, that went outside the FBI, and they were afraid that had Hillary won, and that whistleblower then spoke up and said, listen, James Comey and the FBI refused to look at this before the election. They did not. They claimed that they had to announce that Hillary was innocent before the election.
How is the FBI? The FBI
they intentionally sat on this evidence.
One random whistleblower was able to take out Hillary Clinton. Hold on. So you're telling me that whistleblowers aren't killed, whistleblowers aren't hidden, whistleblowers
door open on the
so whistleblowers aren't hunted down in the United States relentlessly by our intelligence agencies. A single whistleblower can literally influence the entire course of an election. Why couldn't they shut this down in federal courts? Why couldn't they tie this up with legislation? Why couldn't they have arrested the guy or kicked him out of the country or gone full Edward Snowden or like there's a million or WikiLeaks or
the idea that a whistleblower couldn't swing an election, I'm sorry, is just kind of a lack of imagination.
Now, can I respond here? So I think it's interesting that Dylan and Destiny aren't like, oh shit, the IG said that they didn't believe the FBI and the FBI was intentionally sitting on this evidence, but they're more concerned with, well, just because this whistleblower went to the Southern District of New York, they could have been more corrupt. They could have been more corrupt and did more. Again, Comey, the FBI, Hillary, the Democratic media, etc., all thought that Hillary had it in the bag. What they didn't want was her to be hampered, as Comey said in his book, because there would be a legitimate claim from a whistleblower saying, I repeatedly went to the FBI brass, I went to the Southern District of New York saying, why are you covering up this evidence? And they refused to acknowledge it until after the election, therefore the election's illegitimate, which would have sprung probably an impeachment if Hillary would have been elected and Republicans would have took the House, and James Comey didn't want that. Anyone honestly trying to argue that James Comey and the FBI were actually in the bag for Donald Trump, that's what and we were going to get to the Durham report, right? The Durham report is quite clear that the FBI intentionally went after Donald Trump, not having any evidence to justify doing so. They actually used the word of a suspected Russian spy to accuse
Hold on,
Trump
can we stay on one thing at a time instead of, he just pivoted to like a whole other topic.
To be fair, we were talking to, like, we
didn't get to the Durham report yet. He's just pivoting. It's like this whole thing is like from pivot to pivot to pivot to pivot to pivot. Okay.
Exactly.
The reality is,
hold on. No, and Brianna, I want to hear you address this very specifically. So probably about 15 minutes ago, we tangentially got to the FBI, and the Durham report. And if I was going to like meta-analyze this conversation, I would be summarizing the exact same thing again, which is basically conservatives are saying there's a double standard when it comes to investigation and prosecution, and the progressives are saying the investigations and prosecutions make sense, and on top of that, there's contradictory variables that show that there is not a double standard. So how do you deal with these variables? And we disagree on whether or not these variables are pertinent. So if I was to steelman the conservatives, I would basically say 10 days before a fucking election it's a little late. It's a little late in the game. A lot of people have made up their minds. So, but I don't want to inject my opinion too much. Brianna, please share your thoughts.
So I just want us to note here, we are 1 hour and 20 minutes into this, and we have spent 80 minutes dealing with the torrent of conservative rage and like a tangent of conspiracy theories here, y'all. This is why it's so hard to have any kind of discussion as a country. Because, like, I'm sorry, I don't watch Fox News or Newsmax or all of this. I read the New York Times.
Fuck you.
I read the LA Times. I'm not up to date on the latest, like, storylines.
And shut up and listen.
Up here. So it is so hard to, like, have any kind of discussion here because this is what we're talking about, Trump. And it's just like it goes into Hillary Clinton. It's like y'all are looping. Is there any point tonight where we are going to be able to actually talk about the matter at hand, which is Donald Trump, and not like relitigate this like shitstorm of bullshit that we've dealt with? Y'all are like World War II soldiers that are like still fighting the battle like 50 years later. Hillary Clinton was 2016. She's not doing anything in the party. Most of the left doesn't even like her nowadays. Like, if you want to talk about something more relevant and recent, look at the treatment of Hunter Biden. I think this is very instructive. I think this is very instructive of the integrity that the Biden Justice Department has shown. At its best, there should be a separation between what the Justice Department is doing and what like the president may or may not want. He has been remarkably hands-off with this, and I think there's a wider sentiment on the left where if Hunter Biden goes to jail for tax evasion or any of this stuff, I don't give a shit. I don't know anyone that gives a shit on the left. We want justice to be done. So it's really hard as a country to move forward when we've got one side of the country that wants to believe any charges against their guy, oh, it's rigged, it's the FBI, it's this, it's that, and you go into like all these alternate storylines have nothing to do with the matter at hand. We're talking about Donald Trump.
Okay, now I'm not surprised, seeing as how you watched the New York Times, that you haven't heard of the Durham report, because they chose not to cover it.
I hadn't heard of the Durham report.
You didn't have to watch Newsmax or Fox News to read the report yourself. And it's always the same argument that you hear from these people that cheer for this corruption and double standard. Oh, that's in the past. Oh, okay, we were wrong about that. That was in the past. Isn't it time to move forward and ignore the double standard? The problem with your line of thinking is, I don't give a shit about Donald Trump. I don't give a shit about Hillary Clinton. What I give a shit and think's more of a threat to our country is if we have major institutions, including the most powerful law enforcement agency in the history of the world, that is putting their thumb on the scale and is setting out, just like Chuck Schumer said, and is going to say, if you challenge us, we will take you down. And it's having investigations at the same time against Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. And the investigation into Hillary, they gave everyone immunity. And the investigation into Trump, they did the exact opposite. Went after people for the exact same crimes that we know the Hillary people went with, charged the low-level people, tried to get them to flip on the higher people, etc. The Durham report outlines just how corrupt this was, and instead, you would think as someone who worked at the FBI or worked for them, instead of just saying they're all great people, you would actually read that report and see that corruption and say, my God, these are things that need to be fixed. You and Destiny
How many
and Dylan
charges came out of the Durham report, Rob? Wait, Rob, all the question. How many charges came out of the Durham report?
There's a reason for that. Durham
Wait, hold on. Wait, let him answer that. Let him answer that. I want to hear that.
If the people at the top of the FBI are corrupt, it doesn't matter what he recommends. What we found out from the Durham report is there's people within the FBI that place their loyalty to their politics above their loyalty to this nation. That is true treason.
Keep grandstanding. So the question was, how many if there's so much, if the Durham report, which I don't even know why you're trusting this, by the way, because apparently all of our institutions are corrupt except for when they're showing corruption in our institutions, but whatever, I'll grant you that. How many charges came out of the Durham report?
None.
Actually, there was a guilty
hold
plea.
on. Yeah,
there was
wait. There were three. Hold on, stop. There were one conviction. There was 2 charges. The other 2 died in court almost immediately. Okay. There was one conviction. If there was all this corruption, then where are all the charges? Because
I just told you why.
I'm not. Okay.
It's like there's no inputs.
No,
it's like I just told you why.
Here's the problem with your story. Okay, is that if you go into these institutions and what you imagine is most of them are decent people trying to do their best. Some of them are undoubtedly politically biased, and that's absolutely something that can happen from the top to the bottom. For the most part, and the Durham report basically said the same thing, that people are trying to do their best, but sometimes they may be a little bit misguided. They might ignore some things because they've got a certain political bias. Okay?
Actually, the conclusion of the Durham report said if people at the FBI are not willing to hold up to fidelity, bravery, and integrity, doesn't matter what I recommend.
Nice job. That is a far cry from the institution is corrupted and rotted from the ground up. Okay.
Right.
And that's the reason why.
Okay, listen. You know, Rob, I know you don't like me interrupting so much, but you are a passionate fellow who occupies a healthy chunk of time. So the Mr. Turk has been patiently waiting with a very sad look on his face, like the dog from Futurama. So I'm gonna let him go.
No, I was going to just provide some comic relief and say, Brianna, I'm glad we agree on the Hunter Biden thing. I 100% agree he should be prosecuted on federal firearms charges for lying on a federal firearm purchase order, as well as for disposing of a firearm within a gun-free zone behind a school. I think we should definitely prosecute him and put him into federal prison for that.
Let him have his day in court. I have no issue with that. I don't know.
So why are we not doing that then?
Has anybody ever been prosecuted because of a video of a gun? For how many years old was this?
Holy shit!
It was not that long ago.
Well, it wasn't just a video. He left a gun. First up, he attempted to buy a gun when he was a felon.
Why are you doing a whole story, Rob? Holy shit! Yeah, see, like it's a very.
Hold on. No, pause. Everybody pause. Everybody shut the question. Shut the fuck up. All right, everybody shut up. The major contention here is whether or not there's a double standard when it comes to prosecution and, like, you know, basically moving forward with evidence when it comes to Trump versus other political institutionalist families. And so I think it's a perfectly fair question of if somebody commits a felony and they're related to the most powerful person on the planet right now, why is that prosecution not moving forward abruptly? That is a fair question. And if you guys, I'm injecting my own opinion here, but if you guys say, oh, it was 5 years ago, that's kind of pointing to what Rob was saying earlier, where basically it's like, oh, well, it's not that big of a deal, and if it is a big deal, don't worry about it. It was 5 years ago. But then we just keep moving the bar over and over.
Cop?
Yeah?
Do you know what statute of limitations is? It's not a matter. Again, this is why these conversations are frustrating. It should only be lawyers and cops or whatever arguing these things. You guys want to bring in your feelings. The question is, what is the criminal statute? If there's a statute of limitation,
We'll open it back up. I will have this conversation with you in 32 minutes.
Okay.
I'm going to open it back.
I'll respond.
If there's a statute of limitation on something, or if cops don't normally prosecute material like this, like, I don't know if a video shows up, if a guy's a gun, I don't know if police officers or if DAs typically take those cases, because I don't know how hard those are to prove in terms of, like, did this actually happen? Do you have any material evidence? We've got a video. Was it real? Because with those cases in court might be literally unwinnable. I don't know. Now, you can call it bias, but the reality is, and if you're a cop, you know this, what is it? Like, it's less than half of all fucking homicides even get solved in the United States, let alone any other fucking type of crime. So I don't know if a video like that actually performs well in court. I don't know the answer to that.
I actually have the law right here. For non-capital crimes related to gun possession or importation, 18 U.S.C. 3282 asserts a statute of limitations of 60 months, that is 5 years. However, capital crimes and violent offenses that were committed using a firearm may be prosecuted beyond this time.
So, and here's the other thing, right?
Wait, what violent?
Judge you talk to in that instance.
What violent crime did he
No,
commit?
capital crime or violent crime. So that's
Disposing of a firearm in a gun-free zone.
If I may, right? So this is another thing you see. Two things that I want to talk about that's going on here. One, you're operating, Brianna, at a different level than me. You're operating in a partisan way. You're saying, it's okay, take Hunter as long as they get Trump. I'm operating saying, I don't give a shit about Hunter Biden. I don't give a shit about Trump. I don't give a shit about Joe Biden. I don't give a shit about Hillary Clinton. I give a shit if the investigative body is corrupt or if they're engaged in a double standard. That is a bigger threat to our country. And you're like, yeah. Okay, if you think they should have charged Hunter Biden and that's something he should have had his day in court, why aren't you outraged that he didn't? And the other thing I'll say is when we're talking about the statute of limitations, it just so happened this indictment of Trump broke on a day when a whistleblower is talking about that the FBI has been sitting on evidence that Joe Biden himself was paid $5 billion by the founder of Burisma that people saying is a
$5 billion?
$5 million, right, was paid $5 million. So what happens is, and the FBI fought tooth and nail, almost had to have a contempt of court charge because they refused to hand over documents and said that there's an ongoing investigation into Hunter Biden. So this is what happens. The FBI sits on this evidence forever, and then people like Destiny go, it was so long ago. Why should we charge that? It happened forever ago. The point is this, that there is a clear double standard in the veracity they go after these people. I go back to just talking about like the Hillary Clinton email in the sense of why did they decide to raid Mar-a-Lago but not? Let me make this as simple as possible. Allegedly, they raided Mar-a-Lago because they were afraid they weren't going to get back the material that they asked for. In Hillary Clinton's case, they knew they weren't going to get the material they asked for because some of it had been deleted. In both cases, they asked politely, can you send us the material? In both cases, they were worried we're not going to get it back. They chose to raid Trump. They chose to violate attorney-client privilege. They chose to subpoena text messages, phones, and with Hillary's team, it was the exact opposite. That is literally the case in every single investigation that's occurred with Trump's team versus Hillary's team or versus Joe Biden or versus people like McCabe, Comey, etc. For example, if you would humor me this, we know that FARA violation, I don't care about the gun thing with Hunter Biden, right? I'm more interested in the FARA violation. We know that he was getting paid by our foreign adversaries, in his words, the Chinese spy master, or the spy master of China, and that he was lobbying to the United States. He didn't register as a foreign lobbyist. Now, they charged Paul Manafort for doing that in 2013. Manafort was doing that with, drumroll please, the Podesta Group, Hillary Clinton's campaign manager. With Manafort, they charged him. With Podesta, they allowed him to retroactively sign paperwork. Hillary's team had campaign finance violations in the form of they lied about the campaign finance of paying for the Steele dossier. They were allowed to get a fine.
I like how every Rob Rand is like a greatest hits. Are we gonna bring up like Uranium 1 2 or?
I'll tell you what. Let me just say this. What happens is I show evidence after evidence of the double standard, and Destiny and Dylan and Brianna just go, it's all conspiracy theory, but they can't rebut one of them. Go ahead, pick one and rebut. Go ahead,
It's none of this is
I
evidence
think-
of anything. All you're saying.
Aggressivamente habe ich gesagt.
Muss ich mir von dem Diablo-Spieler nicht anhören.
Was? Sag mal noch was, das ist ultra leise.
Alter, ich hasse dieses Spiel, es ist so dumm. Die haben das komplette Spiel versaut.
Ah, der Big Patch schon nicht, ne?
Es waren nur Big Patches in letzter Zeit.
Naja, eigentlich nicht.
Eigentlich schon.
Ich habe sie nur Items genervt, gebufft. Aber jetzt soll ja doch ein Big Patch kommen. Wo Enchanter, ADCs und Toplaner genervt werden. Items.
Such a busy world. Reland. The forest holds many surprises. Wait until my seeds take root. Just a harmless flower. Your team has destroyed a turret. Come closer. Venture off the beaten path. Such a busy world. The forest holds many surprises. Wait until my seeds take root. Just wait. Shut down. Promising garden.
Wir gewinnen das. Ist ja unglaublich.
Was? Nur positiver sein müssen.
Nee. 03 MF, die denkt, ich gebe ihr Farm. Nee. Nocturne, der nur Toplane gankt. Alter.
03 Botlane hätte mich auch nicht Botlane gegen.
Teil des Problems. Die Gegner sind einfach noch dümmer als mir. Es ist unglaublich.
Is it like they raided Mar-a-Lago, but they didn't raid Hillary Clinton cooperating in the investigation? They didn't need to raid. They raided Mar-a-Lago. They raided Mar-a-Lago. They didn't need to subpoena evidence because she was cooperating the entire time. They didn't need to subpoena anything.
Is deleting subpoenaed evidence a crime?
The fact that they even knew it was deleted was because of the cooperation. It's not like they were trying to hide shit, and that's why there was no. That's why there was no evidence. That's why there was no evidence.
Not before it's subpoenaed.
There was no evidence that the deletion. There was no evidence that there was no evidence that Hillary Clinton ordered the deletion. You admitted it yourself. So that line of inquiry is dead. The FBI themselves said that there was no evidence. You agree that there's no evidence. So I don't know why you're still asking the question. There were classified documents. Oh, I'm not allowed to respond. You asked me to respond. I'm not allowed to respond. Okay, so there was no evidence of that. Now, why did they raid Mar-a-Lago? Because classified documents were held in an area where people with unsecure access were able to come in. Donald Trump was showing these things to people, and Donald Trump was not cooperating. That's why a raid was necessary.
How did they know that Trump was showing those things to people?
I don't know. Apparently, they were getting testimony from people claiming as much.
Okay, so here's the problem, right? You can see the willful ignorance because the FBI engages in this double standard and who to investigate. And this has always been the case with Trump. It's why they're going after him with the bullshit Stormy Daniels thing. It's why they did the bullshit Russiagate investigation. The argument is this.
Wait, what does Stormy Daniels have to do with the FBI? Wait, what?
I promise, I'll keep this.
That's New York State, right? So New York State is corrupt too. Everybody's corrupt here.
Can I ask a question to the panel real quick? Would you think this is a fair statement that if we raided every lawyer for every major politician in Washington and cooked open all their books, that 90% of them would have committed some crime?
Committed some crime is a far cry from intentionally showing
intentionally one thing that might destroy the nation.
Intentionally, no, it wouldn't. It is intentionally showing classified material to people that aren't supposed to see it. Well, some crime, what? That they have unpaid speeding tickets? That somebody might be driving on a suspended license? Yeah, sure, probably. But that's not what we're upset about Trump for.
How about more serious crimes like campaign finance or insider trading and things like that?
That they're knowingly violating it to the level Trump is? No, I don't think so. No.
It doesn't matter to the level, because the point I'm making is this, right? The reason that we don't have this evidence for Hillary Clinton and other people that you keep talking about is because, and the reason we have evidence is Trump is because the initial decision in how the FBI decides to approach this. And I always knew, I assumed that a billionaire like Trump committed some sort of serious fucking financial crime, if nothing else. And so if your argument
lying.
is,
Stop lying. Dude,
please let me finish. Please let me finish. And so if the argument is that we're allowed to say, there's the man, we don't like him, let's make fraudulent excuses to investigate him, double standards to investigate them, and then eventually we'll find something and say, see, look how bad that is. And then when it comes to the other side that are doing the same sorts of crimes, we'll say, well, we're not going to investigate. We'll just ask them to voluntarily
Except
consent.
they did
We won't
investigate.
subpoena
There were investigations. There were panels. There were Republican House committees. There were Senate committees. There were
How many
different things. They
indictments were there
investigated
again?
it. They investigated it out the ass, and they found
indictments were
nothing.
there again,
Also,
though?
you keep saying that they were investigating
destroying
Trump for
subpoenaed
financial
evidence?
crimes. You keep saying they were investigating Trump for Trump's crimes had
that's
nothing to
right,
do with his finances at all. I don't know why you bring up the fact that he's a billionaire. That had to do with, nothing here had to do with him being a billionaire. It had to do with him lying, cheating. That had to do with him obstructing justice. It had to do with him showing classified materials. With the crimes that he committed, any politician could have committed. It had nothing to do with his money at all.
Okay, hold up. Wait, Rob, hold up. Dylan has been patiently waiting for a few minutes in order to get in, so I want to let Dylan in.
I wouldn't say it's about his money. It is about his money though, because he's the only person that's up there in their elite class is pushing back against them. And then, but go ahead, Dylan.
Thank you, Dylan.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask about the $5 million Joe Biden got while, you know, I don't know, playing poker, whatever he did in Ukraine. The first thing I wanted to ask is if this.
this is how you spell Burisma. That's what you said.
So my
Biden administration spoke there, unlike with the and
Wait. What was the meeting? What was the meeting? Talk about that.
The meeting. Now, let me refresh your memory. This was me.
No.
Said,
Yeah.
well, maybe they.
No. Tell me. Don't refresh. Don't be weird. Just tell me the meeting.
I'll start with it, and then I'll say what your interpretation. The meeting was that once the assets were frozen of Burisma, their lawyers reached out to the Obama State Department and Biden's office and said, "Hey, Biden works here. We'd like to have a meeting." Then when they showed up, they said the email or the transcript that we have said, "Hey, we think this is all big misunderstanding. There should be an investigation. We're not corrupt. Hunter Biden works here, by the way." You said, well, for all we know, that meeting was just them saying, this is how you spell Burisma. That's what you said.
Okay, so my understanding that what this meeting, I don't know why you're wasting time going over. So from what I've read, if you have something that points different, I'd be interested to see it. Was the meeting was literally, I think Biden and a couple other people in DC were having lunch, and I think his dad, Joe Biden, stepped in, saw one of the guys who worked for Burisma, shook his hand, and left. I don't think there was any.
That's not what we're talking about.
Why did he have to lie about it if that's all it was?
Probably because he didn't remember meeting him.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking specifically about Biden's team meeting with lawyers for Burisma that were under criminal investigation that the Obama and
Wait,
Biden
is it Biden now or Biden's team?
I don't know if Biden was at the meeting. I think.
Oh, then get me the out of here! Jesus Christ, Rob! Oh my God! I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about Joe Biden. Now you're changing it to somebody on Biden's team potentially.
We're talking about did Hunter Biden lobby for a foreign company?
Okay.
Yes or no? That's what we're talking about. Destiny, answer.
There's no proof of that. I don't believe there's any proof of that. No.
You don't believe that that's proof?
I don't believe there's any proof of that. No.
Well, I guess the emails disagree. That he was talking to his father and was talking to people. We actually have emails.
Maybe if we just need one more Republican committee to investigate. One more, we'll find it. Just one more.
There we go. If no one was charged, nothing could have happened. So we know Dylan already admitted that he was lobbying. Okay, that's a crime that we can prove. A crime that was serious enough to go after Trump's campaign manager. So why aren't we going after Joe Biden's son?
We just need one more Republican committee, one more special counsel, one more we'll find it. One more we'll get it. I know. I know. On the next one we'll do it.
Can see this. Destiny can't keep up on any of the facts of these double standards. So he just constantly says it's all conspiracy theory. Oh, it's all bullshit, and just if no one got arrested, that's all he could do. Every single person you debate on this, that's all they could do.
We're not going to talk about anything else because that was the end of the 2 hours. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do outros. So Turk, please share your thoughts with us and where people can find it.
Yeah, so again, I think Destiny completely misrepresented my points from the beginning of this entire discussion. I do think that the stuff that's being held against Trump is completely bad for him, and I think he probably will have a really hard case to defend against because he likely did, if what Dylan was saying was true and not CTV's alternate reality of story, he was showing classified documents that he wasn't allowed to have and hadn't declassified. So depending on the different statutes in the Espionage Act and all the other things, he likely will be prosecuted, and depending on if the jury finds him guilty, he's going to be in a hard state. Because any other conclusion than that is a lot of cope. Sorry, KOE and Rob, but like going through that indictment is pretty rough. So what I wanted to talk about more was how the actual process goes through and what the world looks like after we've prosecuted a former president, and what are we going to do as Republicans go forward. But anyways, we could talk about that later. I'm Turk. I stream science and tech. I do PC hardware, computers, Steam Deck stuff here on YouTube, and I love doing it. So if y'all like that kind of stuff, follow me over on YouTube at The Turk. And then Destiny, email servers, once you have an email that resides on the server, you are actively holding classified information, and you have to comply with DoD stuff, man. Come on.
All right, Phil.
Well, thank you, sir, for having me on this evening. It was quite unexpected, and it was fun with all you beautiful people. But to be frank, at the beginning of this particular topic, I said if you want me to even entertain, or you want any serious thinker to entertain the idea that Trump broke any laws, you need to prove the idea that either the president does not have the power of executive order, or the president is not the commander-in-chief. No one even bothered to even come close, and as I said, what resulted was a lot of I don't like Trump gum flappery, unfortunately. But it was fun nonetheless. It was great getting to interact with all of you beautiful people. There's one thing that I didn't touch on, and that was the question that you raised originally, Connor, and is this going to help Trump? I'm just going to go ahead and say it. The Republican primary is over, and unless he has a major health episode, its winner is Donald J. Trump. The primary's over on the Republican side. We already know who the nominee is going to be, unless he has some major health episode. And we all see this for the political side quest, the politically motivated nonsense that it is. And so, folks, keep in mind that this is the first time in American history that we're having a president that is being a former sitting president that's running for office against a president that's running for re-election and being brought to charges against him for things we know not even what. This is Kafkaesque in the most extreme degree, folks. This is terribly bad. Make do with the time you have left. But as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you all, Connor, again. Thank you, every last one of you. Brianna Wu, CT, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. CTV, Destiny, Dylan, Rob, Turk. It's great to see you all again. I hope all of you, I hope God blesses every last one of you in amazing ways. Accept Jesus into your life, and amazing things will come to you as well, folks. God bless every last one of you, and I hope all of you will join me at KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter. Yes, that's K as in King, O as in oh my God. You can find KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter. E is an extremely happy to know you can find KOE Nation at YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter. Folks, God bless every last one of you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. Raise a glass to yourselves, and I hope all of you make it back to this show happy, healthy, much the wiser. And folks, these lips of mine, they can speak no evil. And with that, I yield back to you beautiful people.
Oh. Mancha. All right, Dylan.
Yeah, I mean, I probably have the same opinion of this case that Trump's now resigned lawyers do. I think it does not look great for him. I don't think that he has a good case here, but it's not only here. He has a lot of legal problems coming with him. There's still a development that's happening in Georgia. There's, of course, the New York DA's case. There's, of course, now this case. He just had a settlement get finished where he has been found liable for sexual assault. Whether or not this is going to help his chances while in a Republican primary, I think that's going to rile up the base and get them angry that the fact that Trump's going through all of these legal kerfluffles. But I think in the general, having all of these legal openings about you and your career and what you've done while in the White House and while not in the White House is probably not going to help you with independence, and all the polling seems to indicate that. So while this might help Trump in a general, in the primary, I think it will really, really hurt him in the general, and might be the thing that ends up stopping him from becoming president again. And a lot of Republican strategists that I know seem to be very, very worried about that fact, that it's going to be very hard to tell independents, don't worry, the 2 to 3 separate cases opened into him means nothing. It's all a conspiracy. Don't worry about it. Just like the 2020 election was a conspiracy. It's a really tough case for Trump. I do not believe that he can just magically alakablam make anything a declassified document while outside of the White House. He has to do that while he's in the White House. He needs to go with the office of the presidency to do it through the correct manners. This would be extremely dangerous if any president could grab any document from the White House, run home, hold on to it for a year, and just randomly post it on Twitter. There's a reason why that's not the process. It would be because it would be an unbelievably dangerous. KOE is right about one thing, though. The primary is over. Go to chrischristie.com and support the real anti-establishment candidate who's going to change this country for the better. You can find me at Dylan Burns TV on YouTube, Dylan Burns Live on YouTube, and Dylan Burns TV on Twitch. I'm going to be going to Kherson today to be filming the recovery efforts and the damage from the flooding. So if you guys want to follow me on Twitter and see any pictures I post, anything like that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I just wanted to take a moment and say, Dylan, I really admire you risking your ass in order to go cover the war. We talk a lot of shit in these spaces, but very few of the times do we risk our asses actually getting shot in order to talk about the things that we talk about. So I appreciate you doing the work that you do. CTV, go ahead, please.
Well,
That says it all, doesn't it?
you know, it's been an interesting conversation to be sure. One thing that I feel like nobody's really presented any kind of solutions. We both pointed, you know, everybody seems to be pointing out corruption in the FBI on both sides. You know, one side being held accountable, one side not. I'm actually for, you know, dissolving the entire FBI, right? The ATF, all these big federal agencies, because frankly, you know, let's get back to the Constitution, right? People want to talk about accountability in our republic. That's how you get there. So at the earliest convenience for these politicians, right, start listening to the people between all the states. Let's call it Article 5 convention, and let's talk about the Constitution. Let's talk about it, right? Because I don't think anybody, you know, really fucking reads it or understands it. And from that point, there's just always trying to find a justification to do a thing rather than holding to a principle, right? That's what the left is. No principles. We want to do a thing. How can we justify it? And if we can't justify it, then how can we manipulate it in order to make it happen? That's what I continue to see on the left for damn sure, and I've seen it on instances and the right. So politics in general is just corrupt. Everybody needs to understand that. And if you really think these politicians give a about you, then you haven't been paying attention. Now, the worst thing that they could actually do would be to continue on with this indictment of Trump. Like I said at the beginning, it gives him nothing but political sway in the media, and everybody gets to see him, and everybody's talking about him, and this and that, and then you're going to have people going, well, if this was so fucking bad, why isn't there more? And then you're going to have other people saying, well, this is enough, so why aren't we doing something about it? But the fact of the matter is that all these people are just playing games with us, almost like a damn reality TV show in a circus, right? And there's some people that are so far bought into it that they're going to watch the narrative. Their guy gets arrested, he starts some media coverage, and then say he does end up in jail. Oh my God. If you thought that there was a possibility of some real shit that went down on January 6th as being the worst that could happen, you hadn't been paying attention. So, setting a precedent for, like, from where I'm sitting, what it in fact is a the fault of the government for not collecting all of the classified material that it had placed in someone else's possession at the end of their term of office. They should have already came in there, sent the trucks in, hey, we're collecting up all this stuff, you're not the president, we respect you, da-da-da, but this is all the government's property and we need to take it back. You know, like they did, well, any other time that they did. So that's it. And it was nice to get a chance to talk to everybody. You could find me typically just in my Discord server. I'm actually trying to figure out which platform is the platform to move to, because apparently Twitch is not the one for political debate from what I've been saying. So if any of you guys got ideas, let me know. And with that, CTV's out.
All right, appreciate you. And then, so I'm going to give it to Brianna to do an outro, but I also want to bring up a meme that was suggested from our buddy iCowRich. What if, as people have suggested, Donald Trump declassified everything that he took home with him the second before he left office, but then what if Biden, the second he was inaugurated, classified everything in his brain without doing a memorandum? How do we resolve the psychic battles between two octogenarians, you know, psychically classifying and unclassifying documents? Which I actually think is an interesting brain exercise. But, Brianna Wu, please.
A lot of the indictment was actually the legal analysis of the indictment. If you look at it, they actually strategically worked around that, and the majority of it is like based on obstruction of justice. But it's too bad we didn't get a chance to talk about the actual indictment tonight. Y'all, this was a really clarifying debate for me personally. You know, my work right now is trying to unify the left to stop, you know, arguing about all this stuff that does not ultimately matter, and to really think about the things we really share together and get out there and vote. This is so clarifying. You know, like before tonight, like prepping for this, I'm reading pages of the indictment, I'm reading legal theory about this, and what I needed to be fucking studying was like the last 20 years of Republican conspiracy theories and like the anger against Hillary Clinton, because that's all we could talk about. It was like a DDoS attack on our democracy. This is our future if we don't get out there and win. You have one party that is serious about government and institutions and trying to solve the problems that the American people face. You have another side that increasingly there's this lunatic fringe in the media that treats this like a show. And they have non-serious proposals that they're bringing forward, like dismantling the FBI, as if a country as big as the United States does not need a federal law enforcement apparatus. It's just nuts. And if we're not serious about winning, it's going to be 4 more years of the circus, and our country is going to end up weaker and stupider and less able to deal with anything that's a real problem all over again, exactly like it was with Trump. Yeah, there's a bigger problem that we have in this country. Our democracy is weak right now because we cannot talk to each other. And Destiny is something I appreciate. Your mission objective right now is you are able to go into these spaces and have conversations that is frequently fruitful. I want to do that too, but it's so hard when you have to read up on all this fanfic, and it's impossible to even have anything you say heard. At the very beginning of tonight, I started talking about how I didn't want Trump. I did want Trump to win the nomination, and how this is it makes my job harder for 2024. On this panel tonight, I was repeatedly had people tell me that no, I just wanted Trump to go away for crimes, as if that benefits me. I want the rule of law to work here, and it's frustrating because even when you try to engage in good faith and honestly, the temperature gets turned up so high, it's impossible to have an adult conversation. I know there are smarter Republicans out there. I met them here in Massachusetts. Connor, I think respectfully, you're one of them. There are plenty of thoughtful people out there. They're serious about the country and conservatism. And I just wish we could have had more of them here tonight.
We'll work on it. Destiny?
It sucks because I am not the progressive warrior that a lot of people on the right think I am. I am probably center left, far left, depending on where I'm at. I do believe that a strong Republican Party is needed for democracy to flourish. I think it is important to have people on the other side of issues in order to keep the left grounded. But I think that we're probably about to see 2 to 4 years of the Republican Party having to massively reshuffle itself, but I think it's earned. I think the Republicans made a deal with the devil when they brought Trump in. I think that Trump ended up being worse for the country, the Republican Party, and for himself than even the most deranged lunatic lefty could have ever thought. This indictment is a series of statements that are comically, cartoonishly villainous. It is so stupidly clear how obvious he laid out all of his crimes, how explicitly brazen he was about violating how to handle classified information, and I don't see him being able to walk away from this. And that's just these. That's leaving alone the Georgia stuff. That's leaving alone however the New York stuff is going to turn out, and God knows what else is being investigated on him right now. So I think the Republican, but regardless of all of this, and you've seen it on this panel, I think for most of the people here, most Republicans will literally walk off a cliff following Donald Trump, literally to the pits of hell. But like I said, I don't really have any I don't really feel bad for the Republican Party. I think they kind of earned it. This is the deal they've made. This is the lot they've cast, and we're going to see them, now they're finally starting to pay dividends on that horrible investment, and they will continue to pay dividends on it over the next few years as they figure out what the party even stands for. Because right now it's Trump and trans issues.
Okay, appreciate you. And then I'm assuming most people can find you, so I'm sure they can just type in Destiny into YouTube or Twitch. Wait, can they? Son of a bitch. All right. So, again, everybody's invited to stay at the end. So if you need a dip. If you don't need a dip, don't dip. And then also, money, Mia money, a lot of money right now. I'm like a 3-legged dog in India. Give me your money to the people in chat. So,
wait, did Rob get to give his final statement?
Nope, he hasn't. We're going to do that now. Okay. Mr. Rob.
Thank you, Destiny, for sticking up for me.
I got to hear the greatest hits one more time.
One more time.
I didn't know we were getting back to Podesta too.
You
Sorry,
should
go ahead.
listen. You should listen. Right? Everyone could see that what's happening. Here's the problem, right? Even Destiny, Brianna, Dylan, right? You can see what they're focused on here, particularly Brianna and Destiny. They talk about specifically whether or not this is good for Trump or people walking. I'm not a Trump sycophant. I criticize him all the time. I probably would like someone like Vivek or DeSantis more, though. I will admit, like everyone else, that I think we can acknowledge that if you're a Republican, these selective prosecutions make me more likely to want to vote for Trump in the primary. But there's certainly a lot to criticize criticize him about his terrible appointments and things that he had in the past, the bombing of Syria, massive spending bills, and a lot of other shit. And let's be honest, if these statements are accurate that he made, it's dumb as fucking shit. Even if you don't think they're criminal, Trump has to understand that he will be perpetually gone after the rest of his life. Everyone surrounding him will be gone after the rest of their life, trying to get people to flip on him, trying to jeopardize him in any legal situation whatsoever. And so if he really did say this shit, that's really fucking stupid of him to say. However, as we've seen with lies from the DOJ, FBI, and other places before, and we've seen the willful lies from Democrats like saying, he literally went on TV and told Russia to hack Hillary's emails when he was clearly telling a joke. We'll see what happens when the other side gets to respond to this. My issue is that it's more important not to look at individuals that are running for political parties like Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, or Donald Trump. The process itself and the institution itself and whether or not there's a double standard is more important. And you can see that people like Brianna and Destiny just don't get it. They're incapable of keeping up in that. They just shout conspiracy theory and say, well, if it was as bad as you say, it would be even worse. It's abject nonsense. The double standards are clear. It's not just me. You could read it from the Durham report. Every single time we talk on any specific one of these issues, whether it be me talking about the Burisma Hunter Biden connection the last time with Destiny, where he just got his ass handed to him, or whether it be talking about the differences, just look at FAR violations. Manafort gets charged with the FAR violation. The Mueller report says he worked with the Podesta Group. Podesta Group gets allowed to retroactively file. Or campaign finance. Hillary team's allowed to just pay a small fine. Trump's team gets indicted 2 years after the statute of limitations. I noticed Destiny talked about statute of limitations, but didn't seem to have a problem with that Bragg situation there. So that's the problem. And the way to look at this is this. I assume that Trump's committed even more crimes than this alleged one, whether you think it's a crime or not. If you say, we don't like this guy, as Chuck Schumer said, and so the intel agencies will take him down, and all of these institutions get on board with that, eventually that leads to a system where you allow that corruption to pick winners and losers. Our system should be one where the voters get to decide whether or not they like Trump or they like someone else, not the FBI falsely accusing them of being a Russian puppet, spying on them, leaking that information to the press, etc., going from one investigation to the next. Just to respond to a couple of things that was said there, Dylan gives the game away when he says, quote, this might be the thing that stops Trump from winning the general election. Right, just like Rachel Maddow said the other day, that's exactly what the purpose of this is. And then he gives a laundry list of investigations, including the one in New York that is clearly bullshit. It's clearly bullshit, and that's the whole point. Just find something. Please stop him from having the chance to win. Now, it is true that people like Brianna and the Democrats, this is exactly the plan. They know that this will help Trump in the primary, but they know that it'll most likely hurt him in the general election. So this is the play. Just like in 2016, we could see the documents that showed Hillary Clinton's team wanted Trump to win the primary. That's why he got favorable coverage from press groups until the primary was over, and then they went in the bag for Hillary Clinton. So that's what's going on. Brianna says, conspiracy theory, that's code for I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about and I can't keep up, so I just accuse the other person of being conspiracy theories. She could take any one of the double standards that I've talked about, focus on it for the next 3 hours, I'll talk to her, and she could prove how I'm just spreading bullshit conspiracy theories, and we'll go through any one of them that she wants, and I'll show that it's true. She says that we're going to get, she's worried that we'll get 4 more years. Yeah, Comey said this the other day. Wouldn't it be terrible if we get 4 years of a politician, a president that's going after his political opponents with lawfare? Oh, you mean like the 4 years that was gone against Trump and that Biden's doing now? I hope that Trump wins. If he did, if he's the nominee, I hope that he wins, and I hope that he investigates every fucking Democrat for all kinds of crazy shit. I hope that he pays for opposition research and then orders his FBI to spy on his opponents, then leaks it to the press. I hope that he goes after every one of them for FARA violations and for campaign finance violations that almost every politician commits. I hope he does that so we can hear Brianna and them instead of just saying, well, trust the system. We have to trust the good people in politics. All of a sudden they'll have a problem and say that it's biased. She said that it was that she just wants the rule of law, yet she hasn't read the bare minimum of things like the Durham report. And anytime that's how the task they would have taken. The equal standard here. Just give NATO
So.
immunity. Did Trump tell you to do stuff? He said,
Hallo?
no, I did it all on my own. We wouldn't.
Alter, dein Fernseher. Oh, ist lauter als du, ne?
Ja, so weiß mal, wie das ist.
Was ist? So ein Headset einstellen kannst du das?
Ich hab kein Headset.
Mikrofon.
The equal standard here.
Nee,
Just
wenn man
give
direkt
NATO
davor
immunity.
steht,
Did
dann
Trump
ist
tell you
es
to
so.
do
Das
stuff?
ist
He said,
richtig
no, I
so.
did it all on my own. We wouldn't be having this conversation. So you're always able to focus in on these details.
So, willst du
when
jetzt
you
spielen
have
oder
a
nicht?
double standard that investigates one team as hard as possible, goes after them for process crimes, and turns the screws on them, but gives the other side immunity or refuses to investigate. Rob North, find me wherever.
Ja, nicht gut.
Vernünftig. Speicher. Merkst du deine Allergie noch?
Nee, nee. Ich hab mich jetzt aber damit abgefunden.
Guys, what's up, guys?
Gut was.
How you doing today?
Das ist auch zu meinem Leben.
Free Hate Watcher stream strong.
Restliche meines
Yeah,
Lebens
we're gonna
leiden.
hang out a little bit before I start arguing with a bunch of
okay.
Hate Watchers. How are you guys? Got a new haircut.
Wollen wir zum
You
Arzt?
guys like it? Hi, Buzz. You design 9.
Alter, Baus, sein neuer Haarschnitt ist ja absolut shit.
Ey, der Mensch hast du das allererste Sahne, was willst du?
Alter!
Den hab ich auch.
Das glaube ich dir sogar.
What the fuck is that hair? Yeah, I got the fresh. I got that fresh trim. Got that fresh trim today. Yeah, I told my haircut. I told my hairdresser to trim it a little bit, make me look sharp.
Sharp?
What build am I going? I still don't know what is good. Dustplay was alright. I'm not gonna lie, like Dustplay was legit alright. Eclipse is really good, but boring. That's the thing with Eclipse is that it's a boring item. Yomu's, you know, Yomu's has its weaknesses. And then the Gale Force build, of course, focusing on the passive. Okay, no flash. I let him hit me here. Oh shit. Ah, solo bolo. Get to trade a 1-for-1. We're about to have a satisfying queue on our hands. Oh, man. Yes. Give me that. This guy has no W. Ah, he has Space Rush. I'm pissing on him.
Alter, Baus. Richtig obszön.
Come on, get him, Rek'Sai.
Oh no.
Nice.
Spielt er wieder AD Sion.
Gale Force build. I like to go Gale Force when I
Spielt
can
er
afford
nur
a
AD
BF
Sion.
sword. Because a bad thing with Gale Force, the build path
Das
is
muss ich jetzt
terrible.
ewig nichts
You
mehr
rarely ever
massieren.
get BF
Gale
on the back.
Force
So if you
Sion.
get BF on the back, then I'm willing to go.
Ja, das ist der neue Shit. Wenn man ein Ding hat. Das ist weg.
I got his W.
PF.
I'll go and take the plant.
Wir haben den Timo top, ich will das nicht spielen.
I'm winning lane and I don't really know what to do. How am I supposed to play here, guys?
Do you know the movie Dumb and Dumber? You look exactly like the main character. Let's go, Dad, liking the serial folder haircut.
Okay, good damage, good damage. I can't go for this. Okay, got his W. Should be a free kill now. Big. That was kind of clean. That was clean. I flashed to burn the W. That was clean. That was clean. I'm dead. No, I'm fine. Another solo bolo. Damn, I can't afford it. I'm just short. Now I'm in danger. Yes,
Senna Lucian.
and ulti, and I have no ulti flash. So death is inevitable, and I give 650 gold when I die. So it's not good.
To Summoner's Rift.
I just wanted to say that you look like Coconut Head from Ned's Declassified School Survival Guide. Wars, you look like Vector from Minions. Today stay fresh less than 3.
Hey yo, can we chill? Bro, I think I'm looking fresh. I don't know how to play when I'm ahead. I'm just gonna take this and then recall for Gale Force. I finished Kull here as well, so that's good. Yeah, now with the Gale Force I'm huge. But I think I might need to stay for the plating here, yeah.
Venture out to the
Oh god. I'm hella dead. And see, this is what I'm talking about, man. I don't know how to play when I'm winning lane. I don't know how to do it.
My friend is so clever.
Thanks for letting me resub after you stopped playing at Irelia, but you still spell my name wrong.
He's dead here. Oh, the Gale Force. Execute. Big. Solo bolo. Yo, boss. Loving the stream. Nice haircut. You looking really good. Hey, thank you, man.
Wait until my seeds take
That doesn't kill, does it? I'm fine. Where am I supposed to recall here? I just go all the way here, I guess. Aye. Like, they got me. They got me. I go Axiomark or Collector. That's the question. I'm gonna go Axiomark here, I believe. I like to get some CDR under my belt. I guess I'll keep going top lane till I get tier 2. I can't fucking bug. There we go. Solo bolo. Didn't even have to use my Gale Force. There we go. And now I got towers as well. Beautiful, beautiful. Let's go bot lane, shall we? Take some towers there as well. Oh, I TP to the fight.
Hey, you looking mighty handsome today. Please do tell me, Toad, when did you decide to rock that poor nerd family of their nest? Now, they never have a chance.
Oof. Let me keep going, actually.
Hello, baboons. Your hair looks very good and you look very handsome. I am very jealous.
Aye. Maybe I kill him. Ooh. Ooh. Come on. Come on. 1-for-1 is hella worth it, even though I give shutdown and all. That's fine. Garen is not gonna carry. It's a record! Stop the timer! Stop the timer! It's a record, no? 18 minutes, 3 items. That's gonna be a record. I've never been this bad before. I'm just gonna push here. Try and get tier 2. Looks like my team is winning, so this is free. Oh man. We're ending the game. I messed up. We have open X's at least. I don't know what I'm doing. I can steal it. I didn't get it. Aye. I'm throwing. Oh my god. I don't know what I'm doing. I should get joined the fight or done anything except for what I did. Oh no.
Wait until my seeds take root.
I'm hella dead. He's so fast. Ooh. I think I'm throwing now. Mommy. Ah. Get your sweet ass over here.
Hey boys, what bowl size do you recommend?
I'm the ulti. 8. I can go. I can't get on them. And we're losing another fight. With the last item, it has to be a Bloodthirster, yeah? Yeah, it's gotta be Bloodthirster. Oh man, and I think I threw the game here, by the way, on the Baron pit. I think I threw the game. But I mean, it's not lost, right? It's just Garen is top, so I'm free to push here. He's the only one who can realistically stop me, I think. Maybe now when he recalls, we should fight. Oh my god, everyone was there. I'm coming. Ah, come on! Hey, we got them. We won the team fight, but I don't know if it's enough. I didn't have my Gale Force. Oh, there we go. There we go, big. GG. Clean game. Haircut buff. Now they got it. They got it. They got it. They got it. Ah, GG. Clean.
I like your cut G. Haircut hella bussin'.
Almost through, but I didn't. It's never a throw if you end up winning the game.
Shut down. Enemy killing spree. Wait until my seeds take root. The Lord has been slain, Arthas. aren't always what they seem. Take care of yourself.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Just a harmless flower.
An enemy has been slain.
Come closer. Such a busy world.
Chew on this.
Venture off the beaten path. Promising garden. So much more to see.
Really?
Has been slain.
The forest holds many surprises. Things aren't always what they seem.
Turret plating will soon fall. An enemy is dominating.
Take care of yourself. Just a harmless flower.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Come closer.
An enemy is godlike.
Such a busy world.
An enemy is legendary. turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. Take care, your turret has been destroyed.
So much more to see. Wait until my seeds take root. The forest holds many surprises.
Shut down.
Things aren't always what they seem. Take careful steps.
Oh.
Just a harmless flower.
Enemy killing spree. An enemy has been slain. None will escape my wrath. Enemy rampage. Just wait. Come closer. What lurks beneath the soil? Such a busy world. Venture off the beaten path.
As you can hear from my accent or my grammar mistakes, I am not a native English speaker. I'm coming from Russia and I could not even keep a basic English conversation going until I turned 19. Then I had my first breakthrough moment, and right now English is an essential part of my daily life, and actually the only reason you know of my existence. I often get comments on my channel like, Nikki, your English is great, yo Nikki, how did you learn it? And comments about my pronunciation, that it's not very good and I have to improve it, and that I actually have to like speak slower so you can understand me better. So in this video I'll talk about how do Russian people learn English, what difficulties we face and why that heavy Russian accent exists. I will also get a bit personal and share my story of getting from London is the capital of Great Britain to whatever level I'm having today. Well, first of all, I was born in Russia and I lived in the city of Omsk until I turned 19. And even though Omsk is a huge city, it's the second biggest city in Siberia, you barely can see or hear any English in my hometown. Seeing a real foreigner in my hometown was, I don't know, winning a lottery was more likely than seeing somebody English speaking when I was a kid. The amount of English we exposed to in Russia is significantly less than, let's say, for people in Germany or in South Korea or even here in Vietnam. Yeah, we study English at schools, but that doesn't really make any big difference because education in schools related to foreign languages is bad. Yeah, let's talk Russian schools. That's the first place when kids face foreign languages in Russia, and we basically study 11 years. 4 years for primary school, 4 years for middle school, and 3 more years for high school. When I was a kid, I got my first English class at grade 5, and honestly, I loved that. That was super easy to pass through, that was like no pressure at all, and the teacher was pretty beautiful. Having English classes was like having a break from real subjects that we should study hard at school. And exactly same feeling I had about my English classes when I was a university student. So right now, I speak English to you, but none of my teachers, not at school, not at university, none of my teachers have any credits for that. My classmates and I, we didn't really learn anything but just basic vocabulary. We also didn't get any motivation to learn and improve our English from our teachers. I really hope that schools do better now. And I actually found this year's class schedule of my school, literally my school that I was going 11 years straight. And right now Russian kids start studying English at grade 2, twice a week. At grade 6 and middle school, they start to learn it like 3 times a week, and they even study German once a week. And at the last grade of school, they still study English for 3 times a week. Not German though, it disappeared at grade 10. So apparently Russian kids study more English nowadays compared to what I had when I was a student, but that doesn't say anything about the quality of their education. Mine was terrible, and I wouldn't be able to talk to you this way, but fortunately, I found my own way to study English and also found my own motivation to do that. And motivation is everything when it comes to learning a skill that requires a lot of time and effort. I'm so terribly bad when it comes to practicing diligently. I'm bored really easily, and perhaps some of you might relate about it, I don't know. But learning something with a textbook or a teacher never worked for me in the long run. Learning by doing is more of my type, so I taught myself English and Mandarin Chinese and this YouTube thing and quite a few other skills that I have in my life just by doing something fun about it, especially for English and Mandarin Chinese. My real teachers, they were my foreign friends and YouTube and language apps and lots of TV shows and movies. Basically, if you want to improve a language you learn, you have to like speak it every day and listen to it every day, at least a little bit, but every single day. And here I have a personal story for you, but first let me share a word about today's video sponsor. That might be useful for somebody studying foreign languages and seeking more ways to practice it, because our today's sponsor is Lingapie, a place. There are a few other cool features, like you can loop the sentence if you
Amar, amar. Yo lo que quiero es amar.
Yo lo que quiero es amar. 100 points for Spanish, wow! You can get Lingapie time. When I was a kid, I was fortunate enough to go abroad first time in my life when I was 9 years old. That was Turkey, and it was literally the first time when I heard any foreign languages around me. That was super interesting. That trip didn't really change my ability to speak any languages. That time I didn't even start to learn English, but it kind of showed me that the world is much bigger than I saw around me. It wasn't just my neighborhood anymore, even not just my hometown, not my country, but the entire world. I saw something different in my life. When I was 14, I had my second international trip to Egypt. So Turkey and Egypt are two really popular places for Russians for their vacation. conversations, especially the time when I was a kid. I don't remember much from that time, but I think I already knew some basic English vocabulary and I might like say something during the trip, although also no big difference in terms of like my ability to speak languages. The real difference came when I was second grade student at my university. That was my first real interaction with foreigners. One day, sunny afternoon, I was skipping my classes and going to my father's company office just to deliver some documents, and I saw two Chinese girls. Basically, it was the city center and they were lost and asked for directions. I tried my best to like communicate to them, and the conversation was bizarre. I couldn't speak much, I could just say hi, and I was pretty good at maps, so I just showed them the general direction of where they need to go, and they thanked me and said that there are a lot more foreigners hanging out around in their group of friends. They came to my hometown to volunteer, to teach English in Russian schools, unfortunately not in mine, but anyway, and they invited me to join their party somewhere away, like so far away from the city center, and I was like, that sounds fun, I gotta do that. And that absolutely random meeting with these two Chinese girls kind of changed my life a lot. I got to the party full of Russian people who could speak English. I got to know a lot of foreigners, all of them were about my age, like student age. All of them arrived to Russia to volunteer, to teach English to Russian kids, and that was like, what? You're really coming to Omsk to do that? But apparently that was a real thing, and a huge international organization, ISAC, got them to my hometown. First time in my life I got a couple of foreign friends, and next half a year every single day I was speaking so much English that I got from the level when I couldn't like talk normally about even the most basic things to the level when I could keep a normal conversation going. And that kind of ruined my life. I mean, I could have an average slow life in my hometown in the city of Omsk. I could graduate from my university, serve in Russian army, find a job in my major, which was political science, get a wifey, basically have a life that most of people in Russia have, but instead of that I learned English, I got foreign friends, I met my first Chinese girlfriend and decided to drop out my university, and then moved to China to get 1 year Chinese language program, which happened exactly the year when Russia annexed Crimea, and basically all my money just disappeared, because Russian ruble lost a lot of value that time and I could not pay for my 1 year program anymore as I planned. I wanted to stay in China to learn Mandarin Chinese for 1 or even 2 years, but instead I only had enough money to pay for 4 months of classes plus simple dormitory. Still, that was a great time. My English improved a lot and I also learned to speak some basic Chinese, conversational level, and after all, when I ran out of money, I found a white monkey's job. I was teaching English to Chinese kids and I was doing it for over 4 years. This white monkey job is kinda interesting phenomenon in China, and this guy, LaoY86, explained what is it exactly. For me, that was easy money, an interesting daily life, and also opportunity to travel more and to improve my English and Chinese languages. Again, kind of learning by doing. And maybe someday I'll record a video about my life in China. Comment if that's something that you'd like to hear about. And now let's talk about the last bit in this video. Russians in general, and why is it so difficult for us to learn and speak English? And also, how can you replicate that Russian accent? Yeah, let's actually start with Russian accent because it's pretty simple. First, you read every single consonant strong enough and remember there is no silent consonants in Russian accent. And second, master pronunciation of TH. Sometimes we pronounce it Z, like the, there, and sometimes it goes like S, like thank you, to speak. Also, master pronunciation of W. That sounds just like very strong V. World, work, wonderful. By the way, that's the Russian accent that made my videos go viral for the first time in December 2020. I will show you my very first viral video that's super short.
Things around you that scream you are in Russia. Beautifully designed balconies and metal fence to protect you from baddies. Surely legal parking blockers and healthy cutting trees.
I think the accents like Russian illustrate the difficulties in learning a foreign language quite well. For example, in Russian language we just don't have some sounds that you guys have in English, therefore it's really difficult to pronounce it correctly. I'm pretty sure that some sounds, some words I mispronounce a lot. Actually comment about that if you heard me mispronouncing anything. It will be really interesting to hear and learn that about myself. Go guys, don't be shy to correct my English. But the difference in sounds or language structure is actually not the biggest difficulty to learn English for Russian people. I see a bigger problem. From one hand, in Russia we don't really have enough opportunity to practice English in daily life, so many people think that English is kind of useless to learn, especially people who live in smaller places away from our capital. And from the other hand, our lovely government makes stuff to lower the amount of English we are exposed in our daily lives. Often we have some ridiculous ideas from our politicians. Some of them offer to completely cancel English classes from our school. Other politicians offer to make English an extracurricular activity, while right now English is kind of mandatory and every single school student in Russia learns that. And in some Russian cities it's literally illegal for businesses to have English signboards or have English in their advertisement. That's ridiculous, and that's also the end of my story today. If you enjoyed this video, go like and comment, you know that it helps YouTube channels to grow. See you next week. Спасибо and пока.
So much more.
An ally has been slain.
Wait until my seeds take root. Such a busy world. Things aren't always what they seem.
Where did that come from?
Just a harmless flower. Take careful steps. The forest holds many surprises. So much more to see.
Von mir willst, habe ich gefragt.
Hm?
Von mir willst.
Warum ist das so?
Nee, der andere.
Wait until
An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. An enemy has been slain.
User joined your channel. Venture off the beaten path.
Ach Gott.
No. Billy, das killt. Er hat 0 AD.
Ich habe League aufgegeben. Ich find's schlecht. Jetzt noch das Singleplayer geben.
Einfach aufgegeben.
busy world. Things aren't always what
An enemy has been slain.
we ran. Just a harmless flower.
Der Damage, der in dem Spiel ist, ist unreal. Das ist absolut nicht. Das ist komplett wieder One-Shot-League. Okay.
Holds many surprises.
Mhm.
Bitte schließt die Top-Lane.
Der League. Me not playing League of Legends.
Tatsächlich nicht. Du bist echt in Diablo drin.
Ja, aber das steht auch irgendwo.
Er ist Level 74. Hast du die ganze Zeit wieder nur Diablo gespielt?
Hey, ich bin die ganze Zeit, den ganzen Tag schon 74.
Du lügst schon wieder. Stimmt nicht.
Ach, Tim.
Ja, mal wir ganzen Sonntag nur Diablo gezockt. Draußen schönes Wetter, geh mal raus.
Jetzt ist auch schönes Wetter. Wenn ich rausgehe, sterbe ich. Ich habe scheiß Allergie, Alter.
Allergie oder Ausrede.
Die Urlaubsdreckskinder. Ich wünsche dir morgen richtig viel Spaß. Morgen hoffentlich 5 Uhr oder so muss ich aufstehen oder so.
Ja, das ist doch kalt.
5:30 Uhr muss ich schon auf der Arbeit sein, hoffe ich hier.
Aber wenn ich morgen von der Arbeit komme, wird es erst warm.
Was fängst du morgen an? Das direkt spüren, ne?
Ja, 35 fange ich an.
Ja, okay. Ich spiele halt auch allein.
My prey thinks itself clever. Such a busy world. Come closer. Things aren't always what they seem. careful steps. The forest holds many surprises. So much more to see. Just wait. Wait until my seeds take root. Venture off the beaten path. A promising sign.
Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy rampage. You have been slain. Killing spree. Your turret has been destroyed.
Things aren't always what they seem. Just a harmless flower. Take careful steps.
An ally has been slain. An enemy is unstoppable.
The forest holds many surprises.
Enemies dominate.
More to see.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Wait until my seeds take root.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Venture off the beaten path. A promising garden. Such a busy world. Come closer. Things aren't always what they seem.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Flower. Live. Pierce. Take careful steps. Just wait. The forest holds many surprises. So much more to see.
Wille, was willst du machen? In Diablo.
Krasse Dinge.
Wie hoch?
Weiß ich.
Und wie läuft's?
Mhm. Idiot.
Your turret has been destroyed.
A promising garden. Such a busy world. Come closer. Things aren't always what they seem.
An enemy is legendary. turret has been destroyed. Ace. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Take careful steps.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
Choke the life. Live. The forest holds many surprises.
An enemy is legendary.
So much more to see.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. An ally has been slain.
Höre ich den League Rage schon wieder raus.
Ja. Ein Solo-Player.
Direkt erwischt.
PvE-Spieler dürfen das Mund nicht aufmachen.
Doch, doch, doch. Weißt du, was das Schöne aber hier dran ist am PvE? Man raged nicht. Teammates
Ja.
kriegen ja nicht auf.
Solange du dich da über diesen Ring aufgeregt hast, ne, weiß ich nicht, ob das Schuh ist bei dir. Oder beim Steven.
Steven war das. Steven hat sich so aufgeregt.
Du auch immer über deinen Ring, ne?
Ich hab noch gekriegt. Ist alles gut. Halt, wenn man die Masterklasse halt nicht spielt, weißt du?
Weil es die schwächste Klasse overall.
Ah, klar. Deswegen sind 3 Builds auch Top-Tier-Builds, die du hast auf dem Rogue, aber sonst ist eigentlich alles easy mit diesem Charakter.
Lass dich da in deiner Fantasiewelt leben.
Ja,
Ist in Ordnung.
Alles gut, Philipp. Ich kann das schon nachvollziehen. Hast halt vorher geguckt, alles klar, aha, egal was ich spiele, es ist gut. Aha, nehme ich einfach Rogue. Der User-Cheat schon immer offen.
Ja, der Rek'Sai Main spielt First Time Fiddle in meinem Game, natürlich. Mit Ivern, Mitte und Kartus Bot. Klar. Klar. Und dann Type.
Das sind die besten Games.
Der am härtesten rennt, muss immer das Maul am weitesten aufmachen. So sind die Regeln. Oh, ich hätte sogar dodgen können.
This isn't a Tucket bathing suit. They said it was. So I'll just have to use duct tape again. Who are you?
I'm Brett.
Why are you dressed like that?
I'm a 50s housewife.
You poor oppressed thing. That's disgusting.
Are you a lady of the night?
I'm a modern woman. Welcome to 2023, girlfriend. But before we go any further, what are your preferred...
Hoffentlich Schlangen mit Augen, Eis verzaubert und Suppressor.
So our disagreements with Destiny all ended up coming down to he believes that
Und dann kriegst du noch so diese Charger rein, so ein paar, die dann von der Seite kommen.
our argument is the way that men have sex with lots of attractive women is by frame, money, muscles, game, frame, looks, money, status, whatever those alpha qualities are. But it got so to the point with him, he denied that these alpha qualities even existed. Now, okay, you saw.
I didn't deny that the qualities existed. Okay.
That picture of Destiny earlier.
He's not gonna,
right? But Destiny,
he's gonna get the leftovers.
Right, but no, Destiny bangs a lot of girls. But why does he bang a lot of girls? Because he's fucking famous and he's rich.
Status.
Money. Like the biggest.
But if he wasn't, he doesn't have the arrows in the quiver.
Exactly.
To do what he needs to do.
The biggest argument.
It's such a cope. There are so many guys with as much money and as much fame or more than me that do nothing. It's you have to have the social skills to do it. I don't want to watch this.
Against Destiny's position is Destiny. Do you guys see it? Right. The biggest piece of evidence against Destiny's position is literally his own existence. That's the problem, right? So like he even says, yes, because I got more famous. Like I would say that if Destiny were a plumber, he probably wouldn't be dating a Swedish model that looks like the way that he has.
I'll tell you, it's funny. It's like people want to say, "Oh, Rollo, you were hiding behind Michael Sartain the whole time when you were debating Destiny." I'm like, well, first, have you listened to this guy and how much he's talked like pretty much this whole time?
It's my fault.
First off, that's number one. Number two is this is like by the end of
the reason why was because Rollo didn't have any data. Like if you watched, it wasn't because Mike was talking too much. Because Rollo was desperately scrolling on his phone looking for studies to back up his bad arguments. People keep linking me to watch this debate. This debate is 8 years old. I probably want some more recent stuff of Chang.
that debate, which is not like we can get into the topic of debates, but it's not debate. It's just like this back and forth of here. It's dueling research is what it ends up being.
It's not, but it's not dueling research. I won on every single research point. Every single point that involved us quoting research or studies, I was the winner on. They did not win on a single study or on a single point, to be clear. A lot of people like to do this, oh, anybody can find a study back of anything. Okay, then find a study that backs your point up. It doesn't. There was not a single point that they won on the research. All they had were their feelings and their theories.
And I will tell you, this is just more to your point there, is like, by the end of that debate, he was pretty much making our points for us. And we're like, welcome to the red pill.
He was like, hey, you know what? If you hang out with a bunch of hot girls, then other hot girls see that you're with those hot girls, and then they want to have sex with you. And I was like,
that was the first thing I figured out.
Who just said that? Please don't tell me Michael said that, because if so, he's dramatically changing his position. He's dramatically changing his position from when we were on the show.
Our points for us, and we're like, welcome to the red pill.
He was like, hey, you know what? If you hang out with a bunch of hot girls, then other hot girls see that you're with those hot girls, and then they want to have sex with you. And I was like,
that was the first thing I figured out.
I was like, bro.
Hanging around, first of all, it didn't even have to do with hanging around a lot of hot girls. It has to do with hanging around with women, period, so that you can understand how to talk to women, not be intimidated by women, and understand how to be a generally sociable person that women want to be around. It's not about social credit with being around hot girls. That was not my point at all. That is a separate strategy that kind of works, but that's a totally separate thing from what I was talking about.
Bro, should I get you a promo code?
The first thing, yeah.
All you gotta do is look at all the leaked pictures from Leafy right now, and you'll understand exactly why he falls right into that right now.
That's the first thing I learned, right? Why are these girls attracted to me when I show up at the club when I was younger with a hot chick?
Yeah.
And then when I'm with a group of guys, I'm like kryptonite. I figured the game out when I was younger, and these guys came to me. And this is
sausage.
they're like, what do you do? How do you do this? It's like,
Thanks, Stan Matt, for the tier 5 sub, everybody.
well, first of all, I don't give them that much attention.
Yeah.
Because
Thanks for
that's their
having good
number
takes
one.
and great conversations about the online dating marketplace and how status, money, game impacts dating.
It's a
No,
drug.
number one drug. And the
Drug.
second thing is, I would beautiful women show up with, hey, let's go, let's go, let's go, and they're like, oh, I want what I can't have. What is he doing? Why are they with him? They're like, you know, and so.
They change the narrative. Like Destiny will change the narrative. Sneaka will change the narrative. Whatever is expedient for them at that particular time. Like right now, there's like this leak of pictures of his wife before they even got together when she was in OnlyFans. I'm not saying go out there and look
My wife was never on OnlyFans, and it wasn't from before we got together, but okay.
for it, but whatever. There are shots of Destiny with his O's, right? And I'm just like, you're essentially proving the point of the only super chat you've ever chatted in for when we were on whatever podcast. You're basically proving, like you said, Destiny is his own. He's his own.
He is literally the
self-perpetuating.
worst piece of evidence for
Yes.
Destiny's narrative is
And by the way,
Destiny.
I saw the pictures of him with the two chicks. I'm like,
Yeah, exactly, bro.
Bravo,
Exactly.
man.
But the
Fuck
thing
yeah.
is, he's not doing that without status, which is literally the alpha traits that
'cause he
he's
doesn't have the
arguing
skill
against.
to do it.
But he's got the but to be fair, he's a very charismatic guy. The thing with Destiny is, like, literally, he's arguing against the existence of alpha traits that he's literally using to pull threesome.
I never, ever, ever argued against the existence of quote-unquote alpha traits. We just disagree on what an alpha male is. These guys seem to think that alpha males are like sociopathic, like shonen main characters from animes and JRPGs and like Rambo. And I'm saying like an alpha is usually somebody that is insanely pro-social. He has good masculine traits, but he can communicate and joke and have charisma and everything. Like these are like the things that set those men apart. That was our disagreement. I will say that I said on that show, because I knew they were going to do this, I said that when I leave this show, I said this on the show, I said, when I leave this show, I'm going to say the exact same things that I said on this show to my audience. You guys are going to be the ones that change what you say, and they are. Just to be clear, that is what's happening.
Like, that's the part that just, it's a mind melt.
He just he doesn't like looking at guys who look like us, who are like the guys that remind him of the jocks that gave him nuclear wedgies.
You're bro. Firstly, no. You don't look like that. And number two, I was friends with a lot of jocks. Like, I had a lot of friends in high school. Well, I shouldn't say I had a lot of friends in high school, but I was like friendly with friends in high school. I was a funny dude. If you can make people laugh, you can be friends with literally anybody. That's like the one thing that I learned, I think by the time I was like 14. If you can make people laugh, you can be friends with basically anybody.
In the locker room in high school.
Yeah, well,
I mean, I'm being
But I think it's partly that, but it's also partly he's still banging the chicks that those guys were banging. And from his standpoint, is like, again, talking your book. Destiny looks like, again, I'm not saying he's not a bad looking guy. He's just not super tall or muscular, and he has blue hair. In his situation, Destiny looks at him and he's like, I remember Chad from my high school, and now I'm banging girls as hot as Chad. Therefore, that disproves that all alpha qualities exist. Except he's forgetting the fact that he is charismatic, he's highly intelligent, he's rich.
Do you see like there's so much like mental contortion that has to happen here to like make their world like work. Like it's insane. Oh my god.
And he's fucking famous. And here's the other thing. How did he meet that girl that he's married to? Do you remember?
The Swedish girl?
He stole her on a fucking stream. He stole her. He literally swung his dick and fame slapped her in order to get him to get the two to date. It's so, like, again, I like Destiny a lot. I would love to do
I like him a lot better after the leaks, by the way. I think good
me too.
job.
I like Destiny a lot. But the number one thing that disproves Destiny's
Oh, you're just like fucking scared me, Jesus.
narrative is Destiny. That's the issue.
He exposes himself.
Yes, and again, I'm not calling him a hypocrite, but it's like it's trying to explain to a fish what water is. He's not aware. He's just swimming in the vacuum.
If you remember the one super chat he threw in $100.
Yes, this was on whatever podcast.
Yeah, and he was saying like, this will never work with any sane woman.
And he's literally doing it.
And it's essentially like doing like, especially the leaks, especially like now I kind of go, okay, now I get it. But like at the time he's like calling you out for like, oh no sane woman would ever do whatever. Align himself with what you're doing. And so, Kylie's sitting right next to you there. And I'm looking at this, I'm thinking about this, and I'm watching the leaked pictures. I'm going, that's you.
What? But I'm not running like Red Pill Game on these people. Like, oh, like, I'm gonna have you in a revolving door. I'm gonna treat you like shit. I'm gonna tell you that, like, this is your place, like, blah, blah, blah. Like, the people that I hook up with tend to be relatively, probably more like nerdy, all girls. They tend to be relatively masculine in terms of traits, like these guys will say. I'm not plowing any of the fucking Miami women. I don't think I've ever fucked a Miami woman type, maybe once or twice in my entire fucking life. Like,
This is you right here,
You
right
sleep
now.
with other women. You sleep with other
You
women.
paid $100 for
like,
this?
you understand?
I
Like,
could've done it for free.
We're like complimenting you. You're banging hot chicks, explaining that no sane woman would allow you to bang hot chicks.
but my relationship is open-sided on both ends. It's not the same.
You are literally you are exhibit A to disprove your own theory.
Class dismissed.
And by the way, it's awesome.
Yeah, no, dude, we like awesome, great job. Like, except for the like my homie's fucking my wife. Except for that part. Like, he's got a pretty good gig, bro. You get to do streaming and just talk and express yourself all day, and these people like love you and give you a fuck ton of money. That's awesome, bro.
You know how we can improve his brand though? We can get him on.
These people overestimate how much your clout and money matter outside of the online world. You need / have more than that when you're talking to people who don't know you. True, but most of the people I end up hooking up with do come from like within my world, which I think should probably be true of most people. Like, if you excel in a certain area, that should probably be the area that you are like your hunting grounds or whatever, right? Like I said, I feel reasonably confident that if I went to like a college, like there were girls at the festival I was chatting with that didn't know who I was, but that was like, it's like we're at like a festival for like political speakers and shit, so I know I can chat people up here. But I'm not gonna go to like a nightclub and try to chat girls up. I think I would strike out like, I might fuck one girl in like a year, or maybe 6 months if I try really hard every night, like maybe. Because the scene is just not my scene at all, right? Much the same that like if you're like a club dude or whatever, and you start going to hang around like college girls, you're probably not gonna have as much luck either if you don't stay inside your zone. Like, it's good to figure out like what are your strengths, and then play to those strengths, and then find people that appreciate those strengths. Like, that's a really important part. That's true of everything. It's true of business. It's true of making friends. It's true of like arts, hobbies, talents, and it's true of like finding girls, right?
TRT when getting in the gym.
Could you imagine?
Be unstoppable.
Could you imagine, bro? But
maybe tie the hair.
But the problem is, it would further disprove his own narrative. That's why he's not going to do it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, he doesn't have to.
Okay, well, he doesn't have to, but also
Dude, he could steal our jobs.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
So who do you guys have beef with right now? That you can talk about?
I'm really trying to avoid having beef with anybody.
That's good. No, that's
yeah,
good.
Yeah, like I really don't want that. There's 2 people I have beef with, but it's legal beef, and I'm not going to say their names. The thing is, you know, I want. It's very difficult for me to listen to Nick Fuentes say the Holocaust didn't happen and that black people and white people should not have babies. Like, it's.
How does someone who tries hard to get laid at a nightclub and only get one a year not just unironically off themselves? I can't even look at the women that exist down here. It feels like I'm virtue signaling when I say this, and maybe people think I am, but I like the whole lip filler shit and like the disgusting, even acrylic nails are really, really, really difficult for me. I'm trying to think of how many girls I've fucked with acrylics on before. It's got to be like single digits. I don't know if I've got like a body There's like a name for like when body alterations happen and it makes you feel really uncomfortable. I don't know why, but there's like a lot of stuff like that just makes me super uncomfortable. Fake boobs make me really uncomfortable. Touching chests and then like the boob is there and it's like a thing. And it's hard to, yeah. Like I hate that. It's actually disgusting to me. I can't be near it. And I don't think that like, I feel like I don't even know what I would talk about with some of these girls at some of these clubs, right? Because generally when I'm chatting a girl up, usually the first few questions are like, oh, like, what do you do? You go to school? What's your job? What are your interests? Like, it's gonna be around there. I don't even know what like a club girl would say. I have no idea. Like, oh, I like to party. Like, what's your favorite club? I don't know. The Outback Steakhouse? I don't know what the fuck. I don't know any of the clubs on Miami Beach. I think I know like a couple names. I've never stepped inside a single one in my life.
a busy world. So much more to see. Things aren't always what they seem. Venture off the beaten path. A promising garden.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Wait until my seeds take root.
An ally has been slain.
Take careful steps. The forest holds many surprises.
An enemy has been slain. Turret plating will soon fall.
So much more to see. Things aren't always what they seem. Venture off the beaten path. Promising garden. Just a harmless flame. Here. Whip vine. Wait until my seeds take root. holds many surprises. Venture off the beaten path. An enemy is dominating. A promising garden.
An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Just a harmless flower. Wait until my seeds take root. Come closer. Just wait.
Shut down.
The forest holds many.
An ally has been slain. An enemy is godlike. Your turret has been destroyed.
So much more to see. Things aren't always what they seem. until my seeds take root. Come closer.
An ally has been slain.
Take careful steps. The forest holds many surprises.
Smile. Everyone is watching.
Has been destroyed.
Such a busy world. Come closer. So much more. Things aren't always what they seem. Bloom. Venture off the beaten path. Just look.
Enemy is legendary.
A promising garden. Just a harmless
Your
foe.
inhibitor has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. A summoner has disconnected. A summoner has disconnected. seconds until minions spawn. Minions are down.
Yeah, just like having this morbid curiosity with like why the fuck Russia's doing what it's doing. You know, it's just such an anomaly to me. And like, you know, I've tried like the whole thing with like steel manning the Russian nationalism and all the fears about NATO and all that, but it's like it seems to be the case, and I'm just confirming this more and more to myself, is that the more you try to understand the Russian position, like the worse it gets. The more you try to steelman like, and rationalize their behavior, just like it gets worse, not more understandable. Like it's kind of like Jordan Peterson, you know. Initially, you know, people would be like, "Oh, Jordan Peterson, that guy's stupid. He said this and this," and then they're like, "Oh no, but you should just watch the whole lecture." And then you watch the whole lecture, and you're like, "Yeah, I just hate this guy more now because he's produced like these insufferable fans who will force you to watch an entire lecture and it won't like counter the problem that you brought up in the first place. Just like that, you know? And themselves off, right? A personalities person would say that the Kaiser fucking was decisions. When it comes to personalities, I feel like the most popular views about Putin are, first of all, that he's doing this because he's just gone insane. He's lost his mind. He's lost his marbles. He fell off. Plus L, plus Russian. He's fucking pissing himself at all the meetings. He's like imperialist tradition. Like a funnel, like if we're looking at structures, we might as well say that there are plenty of reasons Ukraine might want protection from Russia, that they might feel threatened. Whether it was
Erudite and Sunday argued for 5 minutes.
Can't do that.
Whoa. Go ahead quickly, but what's going on now?
Twitch.tv/YoYoKami. YoYoKami. I play Apex Legends sometimes. Peace out.
Oh wait, I've talked to that guy before, right? A few times.
Okay, what is going on here? Is this comfortable? Is this normal? This is a bit awkward, isn't it?
Swell.
Us three in a voice chat.
Yeah, I'm just going to clarify what DK said because it was a little bit of a misnarrative of what went on. So when I entered the chat, I entered because I think Danny Tugo had messaged me saying, hey, there's somebody who's decently suicidal. Would you be willing to just come in and check on him? And I was like, you know what? I like Tuna Chip. So I popped in, saw there was 35. I said, hey, Tuna, heard you're not doing well. Look, if you would like to chat with me, we can. I'm not going to do it in a group of 35. It sounds like DK was frustrated because there was multiple people who had said this. I wasn't privy. I was driving around. I was doing groceries and errands in the city. DK made a comment about like how that's crappy. Sorry?
It's a good pipe while you're driving. That's interesting.
So I was getting groceries, which means that I was in the parking lot, right?
This cat is scared of this futuristic litter box. This cat is scared of this futuristic litter box. This cat is scared of this futuristic litter box.
I recommend skipping.
Erudite and Sunday argued for 5 minutes.
Saw there was 35. I said, hey, Tuna, heard you're not doing well. Look, if you would like to chat with me, we can. I'm not going to do it in a group of 35. It sounds like DK was frustrated because there was multiple people who had said this. I wasn't privy. I was driving around. I was doing groceries and errands in the city. DK made a comment about like how that's crappy. Sorry?
It's a good pipe while you're driving. That's interesting.
So I was getting groceries, which means that I was in the parking lot, right?
Feel the thorns embrace.
Okay, good try. The sick dub that President Sunday has is because, of course, I didn't know anything about the situation because I wasn't part of it until
and
I joined.
She charges
I
a service as a
to chat.
Okay, Sunday, come on, just look.
I do. You're
Let's
correct.
just.
I do.
Yeah, you do. You charge money for it for their complex needs.
So, as a reminder, I, good faith, have let you know about your docs, but you are aware that I have your information, and I also have lawyers that work with me. So I'm going to encourage you really strongly to be smart about the conversation.
I haven't made a phone call yet, bitch, but I am.
I know it's not you, Chad. You're good. You're good.
And here's the difference. Here's the difference between you and me. You doxed yourself. If you dox me, you actually are crossing the line.
I don't dox people. I'm not going to dox you. In fact, I reached out to you privately despite you trying.
To be clear, I don't think doxing anybody is technically illegal. I mean, like, it's shitty, but it's not illegal.
Trying to end my career and accuse me of federal crimes to let you know about your docs, because at the end of the day, even if I think you're a bad person, I would want to know as well. That's why I let you know privately. But I'm also.
No, you let me know privately to psych me out.
No, that's how you can read it.
No, your husband let me know privately to let me know you know who I am.
So I understand that you see the world
Which
as
is
like
why
all of
which is why you
malicious,
preface that.
conniving
Which is
people,
why you preface
but that's
that
not
by
what's
saying.
going on.
Which is why you preface that by saying, I have lawyers and I know who you are.
Yes,
Right?
that is correct, because you
Yeah.
accused me of falsifying my credentials.
Which you
I
did.
have shown to-
Which
but
you
I
did.
Not.
Which you did. You said you have a graduate
Okay.
degree. You typed it out.
Just to be clear,
That's a fact.
hold on.
You do
I am
not.
threatening. Hold on.
You
I
do
am
not.
I'm threatening you with legal action. Not
Bring it.
doxing you.
Bring it.
Well, I would prefer
Bring it.
not to.
Make my day.
Okay, can we just? Okay.
I beg you.
Let's
To
just
go back
chill.
to the narrative of what's going on, I offered it to Tuna, and at this point, I knew that we had a suicidal person, and I did not know if they had a therapist. After talking to Tuna, he let me know that he's had a therapist for 10 years, which means he doesn't need one. But of course, if I think someone's suicidal, one of the most important things is trying to link them up with services. Of course. And that is
And
completely
who sells a
within-
service? Do you know when she said I won't charge him? After she was pressed about it, because I said in spicy chat, if she starts charging him for this service, somebody who's suicidal, she jumps in opportunistically and tries to get this person on her service, I will report her to a university.
You're just
Because I
like-
haven't yet.
You're just
But I
assuming
will.
a bunch. You're just assuming a bunch of stuff about my mental state, which is what you've done every single time.
No,
you
I'm
try-
assuming you have no soul, which I think is accurate.
Okay, sure, no soul. We'll go with that instead.
None.
Okay, so you think
Yeah.
that I'm a really awful person?
I
which means
think
that
you are a pathological liar. I think you and your husband both, your entire shtick is to get the cheapest, lowest effort degree possible and to stretch it as far as humanly possible with rubes to make an easy buck.
Okay, so
That's what I think about you.
I understand that.
Yeah.
It's been clearly shown
Yeah.
through me and through Pisco that you're lying. That you've
But
built
it
a
has
narrative
been clearly
about me.
shown by me to
It has
any
not
of the
been
places
clearly
that currently
shown.
employ you.
You
That is an
lied to
option.
your
That is a
video.
card that I still have. So let me be abundantly clear. If I catch you trying to sell services you are not qualified to make to vulnerable people, I will make sure, and I will call under my name, the specific organizations that currently employ you, the ones that license you, and the ones that will be extremely angry when they find out what you're doing.
So I've talked to all of these individuals. They know who you are.
Yes, you
and
talk to
one
professors who
most
like you. You talk to the organization that probably taught you the whole grift. You work
No.
for what, like a faith healing place?
No, I don't work for Adira anymore.
Yeah, but that's what you did. When you say,
correct. I
hey,
used
look,
to work for
look, I'm a qualified counselor, and use that to justify saying you have a graduate degree to refer to yourself in the general as like we psychologists and so
Sanjay,
on and so forth as a
I can
therapist.
assure you, I
That
know
was
my life better than you. You were just lying.
yeah, I know. That's you really have to when you lie constantly when that's
Well,
the
you
basis
just
of your entire
in
career.
this conversation, you said that I work for Adira. I haven't worked for Adira for 3 years.
But you
don't
have
even
worked
know
for
that.
Adira. You
That's
have
true. I
worked for
worked for them in the past, but you implied
Indeed.
in this
You
conversation
became
that I currently work
you became a licensed counselor through them because you had been doing hours with a faith healing organization. When it became the case that you were able to register as
So
a licensed
just
counselor.
because I don't want, so my workplace
Ew.
is actually, like this former workplace is notified of you because they actually received multiple messages as a response of your thing. And just so it's clear, this Faith Healing Center is fully accredited by the Canadian Accreditation
Yeah,
Services
do you
for
yeah,
addiction.
do you know how that came to be?
Yes.
Do you know what the conditions of being accredited were for those who are
Uh,
perplexed? Running for a
it-
certain
the
number of
center-
hours, running for a certain number of hours prior to the accreditation becoming
That
viable.
is absolutely not the requirement process. The accreditation process at the center typically takes about a week. The accreditors come out, they interview multiple staff members, they interview multiple people. The idea that as long as some center's been open for 3 days, to assume that the
I didn't
Canadian
say 3 days.
Accreditation College,
I didn't say 3 days.
a
What are you
certain
talking
number
about?
of hours, you're
Where'd you get 3
implying-
days from? Where'd you get 3
you're-
days from?
Nice,
Where'd you
nice
get
try.
Where'd you get 3
You're-
days? Where did you get 3 days from? You pulled up a number.
I made it
What?
up. I did. I just pull up a number. Yes. You're implying.
But then what are
that
you saying if
you're
you just
implying-
made up
Can
a
I
number?
finish my sentence, please? You're
I don't care if you
implying.
finish your sentence.
You're. I know you don't. You
I
like to
really
just tell
don't.
your narrative.
I really
You're-
don't.
You're
I
implying.
really don't.
Come on, chill out. Let's go.
Thank you.
Erudite.
All right, I'm chilling.
You're implying.
I'm chilling.
That a Canadian accredited service for addiction counseling that is accrediting multiple private institutions, some of the best institutions, by the way, across Canada, is so lackadaisical in their addiction counseling accreditation services that
Yeah, this is actually an infamous
open
problem
for
in
a little
Canada.
while.
We have a serious problem in Canada where we have almost no oversight over people in this area. It's a very serious problem. Kooks abound.
Sure. So now you're
Yeah.
not only are you attacking me and lying about me, you're lying about a treatment center. You know.
No, I'm not
nothing
lying about you at all.
Because
Every claim
accredited.
I have made about you, I have produced documentation to establish.
So you have actively augmented. You cut. out
What's your
important
graduate degree in, Kyla? What's it in? What's your graduate degree?
I have a graduate diploma in
Yeah,
psychology.
whoa, that's you're very careful not to say degree, but you said degree then. You
You-
typed it out. Why did you say graduate degree? Why
Uh,
did you say you have a graduate degree?
Have you not checked that message? I made an edit and said, sorry guys, I shouldn't
No,
have
you
typed
didn't.
graduate degree.
You didn't edit, actually. I have the message. You typed
I'm
it out, a
assuming-
long
I'm
paragraph.
ass- I'm
You edited
assuming
it
you-
before you published it.
So I typed it out and then I went back after you pointed out that I said graduate degree and edited it to clarify it. Have
Oh,
I made
after I did, really? After I
Yes.
did? Wow.
Yeah.
So once you were caught, you fixed it. So it wasn't a lie then. That's amazing.
You realize your evidence of all of me fabricating my credentials
Is you
is
fabricating
one-
your credentials.
One Discord message in Spicy Chat. That's what you have. That's what you're staking all of this on. Whereas I've shown you multiple bouts of evidence. I've showed you the psychological measure that I developed.
You are not
with
qualified. You are
Roberta.
not qualified to diagnose a
am
patient's
qualified.
complex needs
I
and
am
to send them
not-
to a therapist out of state.
I do not do that, and you're assuming a lot
You
of things
do do
about my
that.
services.
You
No,
said
I
you
don't.
said it with your own mouth. Yes, you did.
I've never said that I diagnose clients and send them to therapists. You realize
You
that's
send them to
ridiculous.
therapists on the basis of their complex needs. For you to assess their complex needs and to send them to a therapist on that basis, that requires something in the domain of the diagnostic. You are judging their condition
Not.
from a position
So-
of ignorance and being untrained in that area.
So you have to realize that just because you understand literally nothing about my field, it doesn't make you right. It just makes you look silly and
I'm
wrong.
not convinced that you understand anything about your field. It
I
seems
do.
like it doesn't even matter
Okay,
if you
I
do.
can
It seems like you can
explain
just
to
say
the
whatever you
process
like.
By which you do assessment and recommendations. If you look at most services,
No, I'm really not interested in your song
if
and
you
dance.
look at
title.
most services,
It's very
that
old.
offer recommendations.
It's very old.
Okay, well, we'll let us speak at least. Go on.
If you offer services where you recommend therapists, there are plenty of these services out there. They're wonderful, and you look at the average education required for this, and it's not very high. You don't need high level of services because typically when you make recommendations for therapy, you don't base it on diagnosis. You recommend them to professionals who do the proper assessment. For example,
you.
when I have
You
people
don't.
come to me who are looking
You
for
don't.
diagnosis, I immediately
I didn't
recommend
run.
them to
I didn't run.
neuropsychologists or clinical psychologists, or if necessary, medical doctors
Neither
as
of
well,
which-
that I don't recommend, but I give them names of individuals in the space.
Neither of
fully
which,
accredited, so that
neither
they
of
can
which
go
are
to those
fields about
individuals
which
that
you
are
have any
diagnosed.
training.
When you talk about
Neither of which are
generalized things
fields
like
about which
mood
you are any
disorder
training.
issues around
No,
anxiety and
this is a
depression,
very
I will look
very
at
basic.
specialists who work in
This
areas
is-
like anxiety.
okay,
and
so this
depression.
is-
It doesn't
this is-
require a diagnosis.
this is
I
the
hear what the
shtick.
client
Okay,
feels like
this
you
is
need
the
to work
shtick,
on,
okay.
and I make
Wait,
recommendations.
wait, wait. It sounds like
she's
Erudite
fill-
is trying to get something out and you're just cutting her off, so.
But she's just filling the air at this point.
I'm
Like she's
really
got this whole
not.
thing. She
I'm
really
not.
is.
So
Yes,
me
because
walking
you're
you
because
through
you're
the
because
process
she's
by
over
which I
because
know you
she's
would
walked
like-
over the actual point. She's walked over the actual point,
Right.
which is that in order to
Chad, you can't
distinguish,
forget that I
in
made
order
one
to
spicy cat where I said
distinguish,
language
in which you lied about your credentials, and it wasn't just one. Now here's the crucial point. You cannot distinguish between a neurologist, a psychologist, a therapist, unless you have training that actually allows you to judge between them, and you do
This is
not.
not true. This
You
is not
do not.
true.
You have a
This is
diploma.
not
You have a
true.
fast-track diploma, the short and easy one, in
So,
assessment.
you're
That does not
making
qualify
stuff
you to
up.
judge
You're
between
making
therapists
stuff up.
and
You're making
psychologists and
stuff up.
psychiatrists and
You are making
neurologists,
stuff
and
up.
so on and so forth.
So, to explain, lay people can tell the difference between a neurologist, a psychiatrist, and a psychologist because the burden of outlining the specialty of an expert is
Well, I
on
mean,
the
you would
expert.
think that because
Having
you're a
good
lay
communication
person,
with
Kyla.
experts
Okay, just
is
right.
fully-
Let's stop the fucking. Just make the points. We don't need
My
to
partner just
frustrate.
walked in. I can't pursue this any further, unfortunately.
Oh,
But
how
Godspeed to both of you.
Can you explain this conflict? Honest to God, I can't. It's like, oh shit, dude. If I died tabbed out, I'd lose my mind. It's like, I think in an initial video, Kyla said that she had like a degree in psychometry, but in reality, she has like a graduate diploma in psychometrism, or it's like the most like autistic shit in the fucking world that like President Sunday is like building his whole like anti-Kyla spree around. It's just like an unbelievably fucking retarded. I don't know, like nobody cares but him, and he's like convinced himself that she's like in some huge scam where she's like gonna get like sued, or I don't know. It's just really, really, really dumb.
I don't listen. I have not looked at this for a long time. I can't remember exactly what the nature it was. I've got no questions. Is there anything else you want to say?
Sure, if people have questions about my therapy assessment services, they're welcome to ask me. I would prefer if people not use their lack of information on things to assume maliciousness. When it comes to Tuniship, I hope he's doing well. I didn't offer him a therapist because he had one, and I chatted to him just as a normal person, in no other like professional way.
Okay. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks. Bye bye. What the fuck was that, man? Jesus Christ. That was so random. I wasn't expecting that to happen.
Such a busy world.
XQC, I'm ending my stream soon. If there's XQC and Adept content, I'll cover it tomorrow. I need content. Well, yeah, I'll cover it tomorrow or something. I need content for tomorrow anyway. What's going on with XQC? God, I tell you what, I've literally get out of the call and you fucking, oh, there's more. Guys, that was a pretty fucking insane thing that just happened for the past couple of hours. Give me a fucking second, alright? Listen, if you know, you know. That was a very weird situation for me, okay? Listen, if you know, you know. That was a very unusual, unexpected circumstance that I did not expect to happen today.
An enemy has been slain.
Jesus. You don't even know the half of it, chat. You don't even know the half of it, okay?
True. Hello?
See? Do you have any thoughts? Any words of advice? Wisdom?
I truly don't know. Like just thinking about the situation is upsets me because of how autistic it is. I just super don't give a fuck about literally any of this at all.
That's super fair.
Yeah, I have no idea. I don't even know like what any of the contentions are between psychometry and psychometry and so whatever the psychometristy and I don't know any of it. It's all sounds like the most autistic shit I've ever heard in the entire universe to me.
It is truly exactly what you have described. Yeah, it's just like him trying to wordsmith and not understanding the field, basically, like
Yeah, I
over and
guess.
over. I mean, in fairness, I think he actually does know. I think he's like actively lying because of like the stuff he like intentionally cut out in his like various hit pieces. But I don't know, maybe he like cut it out and didn't think about it. But...
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, it's annoying. He's now going from the angle that because I guess he's like been digging more into like my work history. So he's claiming that the addiction center that I worked at is a faith healing center.
Okay.
Even though it's just Christian based, like almost all nonprofit addiction centers, and it's fully accredited, it's fully licensed. It's not like we just brought people there and we're like, the only way to stop your addiction is through Jesus, right? There's like licensed like psychologists on site giving treatment. I don't know. It's just crazy.
Well. What a world.
Careful steps.
Yep.
Well, good luck. I don't have anything to say, so I don't know.
Okay.
Have fun.
Sounds good.
Take care, bye-bye.
Bye.
An enemy has been slain.
Things aren't always what they seem.
An ally has been slain. Turret plating will soon fall.
Venture off the beaten
An
path.
enemy has been slain.
Come closer.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
The forest holds many surprises.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret.
So much more to see. Take careful steps. Things aren't always what they seem. A promising garden.
An enemy has been slain.
Just wait. Such a busy world. Venture off the beaten path.
An enemy has been slain.
Come closer. Death is in bloom.
Enemy killing spree.
Just a harmless flower.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill. An ally has been slain.
Wait until my seeds take root.
An ally has been slain.
The forest holds many surprises.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
So much more to see.
An enemy has been slain.
Things aren't always what they seem. Be ready. A promising garden. Such a busy world.
Your team has destroyed a
Just wait. Wait until my seeds take root.
Shut down. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
The forest holds many surprises. So much more to see. Take careful steps. Things aren't always what they seem.
Shut down.
Oh no!
Venture off the beaten path. Come closer. Just a harmless flower. What lurks beneath the sun?
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Shut down.
Wait until my seeds take root.
Ah, Johannes.
Ja.
Ich bin gerade in der LOL-Runde.
Ja.
Hm?
Nur weil ihr nicht spielt, heißt es nicht, dass ich nicht spiele, Philipp.
Alter, ich wollte gerade fragen, ob du eine Runde mit mir spielen willst. Nee.
Ich bin doch in der Runde.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Geht da nicht hin. Mir egal, was ich Baron mache.
So much more to see. Take careful steps. Be ready. Things aren't always what they seem. busy world.
Has been slain.
Venture off the beaten path. Come closer.
Alter, er flasht für mich. Okay. Ah, und jetzt fährt natürlich einer muss hinter.
Just a harmless flower.
Nett. Man nicht kontrolliere, wer Red Buff nimmt.
Fehlt und der halt drin steht. Unter ihrem Klauseschnur.
Ja, sobald ich in den Kreislauf nehme, ich muss das anklicken.
Das war schon immer die Mechanik.
So much more to see.
Unfortunate.
Promising garden. Such a busy world.
Mit Ende. Eine Sekunde.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Forest holds many surprises.
Enemy double kill.
Take careful steps.
Your turret has been destroyed. Double kill.
Just a promising garden. Such a busy world.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Come closer. Just a harmless flower.
Warum habe ich das Gefühl, wir haben 3 Inhips down und verliere trotzdem noch.
Ach so, da ist ein Achievement dann.
Wait until my seeds take root. The forest holds many surprises. So much more to see.
Bin der Einzige, der lebt. Für Anfang.
Promising garden.
The enemy's inhibitor is respawned.
Busy world. Venture off the beaten path. thinks it's so clever. Wait until my seeds take root. The forest holds many surprises. Just wait. So much more to see.
The enemies in the inhibitor is respawning. This inhibitor is respawning soon.
No. Au. Okay. Okay. Okay, ist vorbei. Also was, du willst unbedingt mit mir LOL spielen, habe ich das richtig verstanden?
Du hast mich direkt angeschrien, wo ich gefragt habe. Bin mir da nicht mehr so sicher.
Okay.
Nee, kann schon eine Runde.
Wir haben 73.000 Damage gemacht, unsere Botlane, in denen ihre 30. Oh! Und das waren keine Tanks.
Ja, und die haben 30k wichtigen Damage.
Ja, wir haben gesiegt, also tendiere ich zu ja.
Ach ja, das ist jetzt in letzter Zeit, ne? Guck mal, wie ruhig ich beim Diablo spielen bin.
Wie viel Geld hast Blizzard jetzt wieder in den Arsch gesteckt? 170 Euro oder waren es 180?
70.
170. Ja, sicher, habe ich doch recht.
70.
Hä?
70.000. Jeden Cent butter ich da rein, den ich habe. Auch für den ganzen Tag Gier.
Komm, in der Branche, wo du arbeitest, das machst du doch in 3 Monaten.
Fuck me, was soll ich denn jetzt machen?
Warum hat der Karte so viel CC-Score wie ich? Einen Stunt drauf hat es gegessen. Er hat auch das Game.
Ja, da siehst du mal, wahrscheinlich hat der ADC 70 gemacht und du 0.
45 und nicht 28.
Das ist ja eine traurige Geschichte, doch.
Das ist ein Kartus, Philipp. Mein ADC war ein Kartus. Das ist das Tragischste an der Geschichte ist, ne? Die Botlane hat einfach gar nicht mitgespielt. Die haben einfach beschlossen, sie möchte nicht spielen. Die sind nicht mal gestorben ohne Ende oder so. Die sind einfach nur weggerannt.
Hm? Weil der hat auch toxische Scheiße spielt.
Ja, ist tatsächlich toxisch. Ja. Das ist keine schöne Lane.
This cat is scared of this futuristic litter box. This cat is scared of this futuristic litter box. This cat is scared of this futuristic litter box.
Das erinnert mich an dich.
Warum bist du schon wieder toxisch? Da kommt 100% was Toxisches.
Das ist so cool.
This cat is scared of this futuristic litter box.
Gleich wieder, oh, das ist schon alt, das hat 9gag schon vor 2 Jahren gehabt.
This
Nee,
cat
aber
is scared.
weil- ist halt einfach dumm, oder? Jetzt ist halt eine Katze, die halt nicht mehr da rein scheißt, schon irgendwo in die Wohnung. Die scheißt doch niemals da rein.
Ja, ich glaube, das Prinzip ist eigentlich, dass das den Netz sehen soll. Also,
Jetzt ist es zu spät, der Zug ist abgefahren.
weißt du, dass er erst da reingeht, sich dran gewöhnt und das Ding fährt halt. Und irgendwann merkt sie dann, wo sie schon ewig da drauf war, dass das Ding fährt. Oder vielleicht merkt sie es auch nie. Ich bin mir nicht ganz sicher, wie das zustande kommt. Jetzt haben die Katze da hingesetzt und ihr das zeigt.
Ja, Digga, wenn dein Klo umgebaut werden würde, würdest du auch hingucken, oder?
Ja, aber derjenige, der das umbaut, muss mich nicht unbedingt gucken lassen.
Ja, wieso? Katzenklos stehen auch meistens irgendwo, wo die Katze immer hinkommt.
Ja, aber wenn du es aufbaust, musst du doch nicht direkt zeigen. Du tust ja halt in ein anderes Zimmer.
Meinst du der arme Katze?
Die Mädels, ich bin mal raus, ne?
Schön.
Schönen.
User disconnected from your channel.
Scared of this futuristic litter box. This cat is scared of this
fine.
futuristic litter box.
Guck mal, Milo.
Hard to understand. Why are you confused?
Because what you
Why
just
is that
said.
even remotely confusing?
Because what you just said didn't make any sense. That'd be like saying, I think
Which
that
word did you not understand?
I'm sorry, let me know when I can finish without you interjecting with some absolutely retarded shit.
what was you talking about?
Okay, yeah, so
okay,
let's-
go ahead, go ahead.
Both of you stop,
In short, the reason that I support the ability for the other Democrats to be primary challenges, specifically in regards to a debate, is because I think if the Democrats are willing to establish a permanent tradition of consistent primary debates, it helps to promote important liberal values, democratic and intellectual competition, for example. It shows we're an egalitarian society, and nobody's above having their power challenged and being put in a position where they have to justify it. It shows that Biden is fit for the office, that he can stand on a stage, that he's a real person, that the Republican lies about dementia are unfounded, and standing next to a guy like RFK who looked at the platonic ideal of good health. I think that the overall case ends up being pretty overwhelming, but I'll keep my opening statement short so we can get right into the meat of the discussion.
Thank you, and yeah, we'll get into it. Next up,
Cool. Do. Jetzt sehe ich, was ich denke, was ich sehe. Jawohl. True. Go next.
we have Fairy Queen, please.
Schon
the DNC
wieder
should not
toxic
his primary
for
debates against Joe Biden. For
absolutely no reason. Ich nicht.
Ich frag mich manchmal, warum ich überhaupt mit ihr spiele.
What?
Ja. Ich schon verstanden.
Holy fucking shit. Toxisches. Ich reporte dich jetzt. Jedes fucking Game.
Ich hab gesehen, wen seiner effektiver ist, wenn du 018 gehst.
Ich spiele jetzt Tank Scion. Wie immer.
Du spielst kein Tank, Sire.
Ich hab jede Runde spielt Tank Scion.
Ach komm, hör mir doch auf. Black Cleaver ist kein Tank-Item, das weißt du, gell?
Ja, doch, das ist das Leben. Das siehst du. Ja, das ist auch kein Support-Item, beschwere ich mich auch nicht drüber.
So.
Oh, der wird bestimmt ewig auf den Sack gehen, der wohl.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn.
The forest holds many surprises.
Minions have spawned.
Just a harmless flower. Wait until my seeds take root. Here. So much more to see. Such a busy world. Take careful steps. Venture off the beaten path.
Oh mein Gott, das ist.
Come closer. Promising garden. What lurks beneath the soil? Things aren't always what they seem. So much more to see. Such a busy world. Careful steps. Be ready.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Venture off the beaten path. Come closer. A promising garden.
An ally has been slain.
Things aren't always what they seem. The forest holds many surprises. Just a harmless flower. Wait until my seeds take root. The harvest is upon us. You have slain
War nicht schlecht.
so much more to see. Such a busy world.
Oh.
Things aren't always what they seem.
It is 17.
The forest holds many surprises.
An enemy has been slain. You have slain an enemy. An ally has been slain.
Wait until my seeds take root. So much more to see. Such a busy world.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Oh, fuck me.
An enemy has been slain. Turret plating will soon fall.
Venture off the beaten path. Come closer. A promising garden.
Warum denn nochmal?
Oh, das ist noch.
Oh, das wäre so schlecht.
An enemy has been slain.
Take careful steps.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
Venture off the beaten path. Come closer. Live proud. A promising garden.
Oh, da ist noch einer.
An ally has been slain. Enemy rampage.
The forest holds many survivors. Just a harmless flower. My prey thinks itself.
Slain. An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. Shut down. Enemy triple kill. Your turret has been destroyed.
So much more to see.
An enemy.
Such a busy world. Take careful steps. promising garden. The forest holds many surprises. Wait until my seeds take root.
Keine Ult.
Three reasons. Number one being historical precedent. No sitting president has participated in primary debates, even in cases where there have been significant challenges, such as Gerald Ford, Jimmy Carter, and George Bush. Hosting a debate against an incumbent sends the wrong message during the primaries. Number two, there are no true contenders. Robert F. Kennedy promotes conspiracy theories and lacks governance experience. Marianne Williamson has never held office and has a failed campaign. And number three, it weakens the party. Hosting a challenger incumbent debate recalls Jimmy Carter's loss in 1980. Carter's primary clash with Ted Kennedy weakened his campaign and the Democrats' power. In summary, considering historical precedent, the lack of viable contenders, and the potential to weaken the party, it's clear that hosting these primary debates would be detrimental.
Okay, thank you. First time guest on my show, Sock Done Left. Hi. Oh, you're muted.
Hey, so the reasons that we should have a primary debate are four. One, it helps with the optics of Biden appearing like he's either being coronated or that he's being hidden away from the public for poor health. Again, that should help him win because he's appearing next to RFK, who's like a zombie, and all the other candidates, and he'll be appearing fairly healthy on stage. Two is that it's free airtime. It's time to outline his agenda and set what the national conversation is. You don't get that with a lot of other events. Why shouldn't he take this advantage? There's no reason for him not to take advantage of this. And most of the other candidates on the stage will also be reorienting the agenda towards things that would benefit Democrats in the general. And the third and fourth reasons that we would want to support this is that he has failed on some of his promises, like protecting people at the border, protecting trans people, and having primary debates offers a chance for people to participate and encourage him to be held to account and actually protect the people who need it most.
thank you for being here, and I'm sure we'll get into it. I appreciate you keeping it brief. IRI, go ahead.
Yeah, total waste of time. Biden's been kicking ass. The midterms success, keeping the Republicans down to the little red trickle, totally sapped any opposition to Biden. Everybody serious dropped out or even considered it. Why in the world would Biden debate very serious candidate Marianne Williamson with her previous 1% polling run in 2020? She believes rocks have powers. Not feeling it. RFK Jr. is a guy who thinks vaccines cause autism and peddles Russian disinformation on Newsmax and Fox News all day long. So total waste of my president's time. Not a fan, don't support it. Don't even think that debates have anything to do with democracy anyways. Like, I'd love to hear the argument how they do.
Okay, I guess that will be a question that we'll be asking throughout the general discussion here. Thanks for being here, IRI. Really appreciate it. Next up, Prime Kai. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll keep it really short. Primaries are a crucible, and if Biden can't take it up to when dealing with an apparently unserious a challenger like IRI apparently thinks, then how can he stand up to the Republican candidate, right? Like, if this is going to be a cakewalk, let it be a cakewalk. And yeah, so thanks all for having me here.
Well, thanks for being here, Prime Kai. Short and sweet, and to the point. That's how we like it. Destiny, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to copy IRI and Ferry's arguments. I don't think there are any serious contenders right now. I think that the Republican Party is in a complete, total state of disarray. I think the most important thing we can do is provide a united front, like we did in the House when McCarthy had to run the election 52 different times just to get the election there. I think it makes us look better to have a united front backing Biden, and when there are no serious challengers, when there's no historical precedent for it, and there's no compelling reason to do so, I don't know why we would ever host a debate against our incumbent sitting president.
And with that, let's open it up to the general.
What counts as a serious challenger? And if there was a serious challenger, would you all be in support?
I think that if there was like if there was a challenger that was polling like 40-50% support in the Democratic Party or something, or at the very least sizable, like a sizable 2-digit support, and people were really looking at Biden and like not taking him seriously, I think you could start. That would be like what you would need just to begin to have the argument of like an incumbent debate. But even that wouldn't be enough. But right now, that field is clearly not here.
So
one of the problems of this is self-selecting, right? You've set up a field where there's no debate, there's no opportunity to get any clout on the national stage, no opportunity to get up there. So why would anyone try and join in, right? You've set it up so that no one's ever going to meet that threshold.
And beyond that, right? Like during the course of a campaign, people grow in popularity as people are exposed to their ideas, as they are taken seriously by the media, which right now is not happening. And so their poll numbers grow. And then by the time they have a debate, then they might be where you're saying, like, give them a chance, but you're not even giving them that.
I have a response.
Look, neither of these people have any elected office experience, and look at Trump. I mean, it doesn't exactly work out when you have
Right, we're going to a place called Wellingborough today, which is pretty much just famous for having a massive prison. That's not where we're eating, of course. Although it would be a laugh. Yeah. Here we are, the Pump House Cafe. The Pump House, come on, you got to get the pump.
I don't know where to park. It's a bit busy today.
In we go. Kind of like tradition now that when I get back home, the first thing I do is an English breakfast challenge. Mostly because there are about 300 of them. I don't think I'll ever get to the point where I've done every English breakfast challenge in England. It's impossible. Right, here we go. Great, bud. I'm here for your breakfast challenge. It's heaving, isn't it? I suppose I'm just going to go where I can. Oh, you know who I am? Yeah? Don't you be making it any bigger, because it's me, yeah? This is the wall of losers. Wall of shame. Losers is a bit... I didn't mean that, really. Does that mean that nobody's actually done it? Oh, here it is. Here we go. This is the Wall of Fame. These are the worst Polaroids I've ever seen in my life. so they do. They don't just do a breakfast challenge, I guess. 16. I could be the 20th person. That could be right in that top corner there. We'll see. We'll see. It transpires that I just thought they had a breakfast challenge, but they seem to have a breakfast, some nachos, a burger, and a chicken dippers thing over there. Maybe I'll have to come back. I'll see, but of course I need to beat this one first. It's not quite as busy as when I first got here. It's kind of a shame because it'll probably make it less entertaining. Less people to gross out, for one. There are a couple of people lingering though, so hopefully we can deliver some shock and awe. We'll see. It's England. People are less enthusiastic here.
I'm struggling with the children's breakfast.
Here it is.
Where are we going?
Look at that. It's like a boogie board.
It'll take you about 10 minutes, that. we go there?
I don't know about that. Oof, that's a behemoth, man.
There you go. That's the start. Yeah.
Yeah.
Make us be ready in a minute.
It looks like I can't wait to check into it. Look at that, it's piping hot. Onion rings on a breakfast. What is this madness? Come on, do me a favour, mate. Bearded Brothers, come on. Give me an extra 5 minutes. That's a breakfast, man. 1 hour, 60 minutes in order to finish basically just a large English breakfast with onion rings on there. If you do so, the meal is free. You get a spot on the Wall of Fame over there. Yep. And if you don't finish, it's 15 quid.
Und alle Portionen.
Wait until my seeds take root.
Hab sie.
First blood. The forest holds many surprises. Come closer.
Haben reicht? Nee, okay.
Venture off the beaten path.
Kein Mana. Oh.
Einfach 3 Minuten.
Such a busy world. A promising
Der gute Ulz zum Stehlen.
Take careful steps.
Ich glaube, der ist an Drake, ne? Kein Wort.
Wait until my seeds take root.
What?
The forest holds many surprises.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
My prey thinks itself clever. Venture off the beaten path.
Ja, und ist Mitte.
So much more to see.
Jetzt Shield raus.
Such a busy world.
Gewade. Gold. Ein Sonias.
Things aren't always what they seem.
Has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Nice try.
Hab sie.
Shut down.
Ich könnte sie anflashen.
Until my seeds take root.
Bart kommt Bot. Hinter Drake.
Forest holds many surprises. Come closer.
Jetzt habe ich Sonias.
Death is in bloom.
Pretty late.
Venture off the beaten path.
Good bolt.
So much more to see. Such a busy world.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Take careful steps.
Has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Things aren't always what they seem.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Wait until my seeds take root.
Kommt in einer. Das war kein Hit.
Come closer.
Turret plating will soon fall. Has been slain.
So much more to see. Such a busy world. A promising time. Back off. Take careful steps.
An ally has been slain.
Mm.
Things aren't always what they seem. Just a harmless flower.
Oh. No, ich misse es. Oh, wer sieht nicht, dass ich so nie aus hab? Wartet hier.
Come closer. Venture off the beaten path. So much more to see. Such a busy world.
Das stimmt. Ja.
Ach, ich AIDS, Mann, was mache ich? Hey, das wäre Mann. Komm auf, jetzt steig von da, fehlt dir! Und ich scheiße dir, Vieh!
Just a harmless flower. Wait until my seeds take root. Pierce. The forest holds
Es wartet.
Come closer.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Venture off the beaten path.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Just wait.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Typ hier. Das Baron, right?
such a busy world. A promising time. Live, sprout. Take careful steps. Flash. Just wait. Things aren't always what they seem.
Your turret has been destroyed. Before, an enemy has been slain.
The harvest is upon us. Just wait. Come closer. Venture off the beaten path. So much more to see.
Rampage.
Live. None will escape my grasp.
Double kill.
A promising kill.
Jesus.
Enemy's inhibitor is respawning soon. A summoner has disconnected. A summoner has disconnected.
Is that right? Yep. That's value for money right there.
Half an hour's been the quickest about that.
Half an hour's the quickest?
About half an hour, yeah.
Right, I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
In that case, can I just press the button whenever...
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
Whenever, yeah? We good, yeah? Right, let's get underway. Thank you.
luck, man.
Thanks, man, thanks. Right. Bangers.
Yeah, what else? It's been too long since I felt the salty tumescence of a good old sausage in my goblet. Welcome back. And you guessed it, it's another fry-up challenge. This one costs an unbelievably thrifty 15 quid to attempt. But if you can get it down in an hour, it's on the house and you get an out-of-focus faded Polaroid on the wall of fame.
We got company. I should probably tell them they're going to be in the shot. Just so you know, if you sit there, you'll be in the shot. Is that alright with you? You can be, but... No? Would you have told them? You both look very glamorous. No? Okay. Eggs next.
Yeah, clearly didn't want the ignominy of being part of the supporting cast on one of my videos. That's a shame. Plenty of seats upstairs though. You only get 3 eggs on this one, which is a bit weird. Normally you would get kind of 5 or 6 minimum on a breakfast challenge.
Can't really blame them. I don't think I'd want to watch this either. Not from that close.
Yeah, fair cop. Not really the kind of...
So Philipp, es war mir eine Freude. Ich gehe ins Bett.
10 feet or so. 3 minutes in, and we